All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the March 8th meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
nation under God,
indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all. Here we go.
All right, Dr. Navarro.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, board members and staff. Happy International Women's Day to all of you. I bring you several important Charles County Public School updates for you today. During our work session last week, I presented to the board a draft of the Charles County Public School Strategic Plan. We will host several community engagements to share the plan with our staff, students, parents, and community at large. Our goal is to make sure all stakeholders know and understand key work that will guide our school system's focus for the next several years, and most importantly, that our community knows how we will measure our progress moving forward. Last month, the board approved the fiscal year 2023 proposed operating budget request. The budget request has since been shared with the Board of Charles County Commissioners for consideration. The county commissioners will hold a public hearing on the budget in April. It is important for Charles County government and the community to know that our request of nearly $438 million maintains core programs and supports new initiatives, but at the heart of the request is our staff. About 80% of our budget funds those who make education possible, our employees. I am hopeful that the budget request will be fully funded for the coming fiscal year so that we can continue to support the staff who make teaching and learning possible every day. A visual breakdown of our budget request is posted on the school website at ccboe.com under the main slideshow. Before I move on to highlight some great accomplishments and people in our school system, I am taking a minor detour to ask that if you are a parent of a Charles County Public School student, please make sure the email address on file with your child's school is up to date. This is important so that you do not miss information from the school system or your child's school. Parents and staff can also opt in to receive Charles County Public School text messages by texting Y or yes to the short code 67587. Now back to celebrations. I want to take a few minutes to recognize some of our outstanding teachers. Charles County Public Schools recently announced its 2022 Teacher of the Year, Ms. Morgan Hungerford from Arthur Middleton Elementary School. She is a second grade teacher and has been working for the school system for the past 6 years. She was selected as our local Teacher of the Year honoree and is Charles County's finalist in the Maryland Teacher of the Year program. 4 other teachers were named finalists in the program. They are Ryan Armour, an instructional resource teacher at J.C. Parks Elementary School, Barbara Anderson, a kindergarten teacher at Mount Hope Nanjamoy Elementary School, Anne Marie Simpson, a mathematics teacher at McDonough High School, and Brittany Thor, a 5th grade teacher at Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Elementary School. Congratulations to all the award finalists and nominees, and coming next month are the Charles County Schools Principal of the Year and Washington Post Teacher of the Year finalist announcements. I also want to recognize some of our excellent middle school students who competed in the county-wide spelling bee last week. I think several of you attended. Our county winner who moves on to represent us at the national event is John Hansen's middle school 6th grader, Aiden Jones. I also want to share some additional amazing news from John Hansen. One of their VEX robotics teams, the CPU's team, was named overall tournament champion at the recent state VEX robotics competition. The Lucky Duckies team from Piccowaxen Midle School received a design award at the state event. Both teams advanced to the VEX World Robotics event in May. Congratulations to all of our student participants. I think that's in Ohio. I can't remember where the world event is. Is it in Texas? Oh, okay, I can't go. But we'll cheer them on. While I'm on the topic of technology, I'm excited to attend the Charles County Public Schools HITS Expo this Saturday. HITS stands for History, Industry, Technology, and Science, and the event features hands-on demonstrations for visitors as well as other engaging activities for children. I hear there is a make-your-own slime table, chance to meet wild raptors, and a lab in which visitors can pull DNA from a strawberry. The expo is open to the public from 1 to 5 p.m. at St. Charles High School in Waldorf. Additionally, science and history fair projects from students who participating in judging will be on display in the school gymnasium, and the Science Center will feature its Science on a Sphere and digital classroom technology. HITS Expo visitors may also see underwater robots in action during the Sea Perch competition. I hope to see many of our community members on Saturday. As we move into spring and the weather patterns start to change, please keep in mind that the school system still has one inclement weather day built into our calendar. Hopefully we will not use it. The last day of school for students is scheduled for Thursday, June 16th. If the inclement weather day is not used, the last day for students and teachers will change. The school system will share an official last day of school announcements closer to mid-April. Any calendar changes are posted on the school system website. Please continue to monitor the school system website for the most up-to-date information. I appreciate the support of the community as the school system continues to move forward in resuming standard operations. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. This time, we'll hear any correspondence and updates from board members. Ms. Wilson?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be out and about in the school system. I had a chance to go to the chess tournament over at Plata High School, and that was very impressive, and thank you to all of the volunteers that make that happen. Though they were not allowed to participate this year, I did not know that kindergartners can play in this tournament, and I look forward to next year's tournament to see how they do. I attended the Piccowaxen Black History Celebration that had the civil rights activist and legend Joan Trapper Mulholland, and kudos to the number of organizations that supported that. It's always good to see such as Delta Sigma Theta sorority there in abundance, and being a community partner. I attended the McDonough versus St. Charles girls basketball game, and that was a very competitive game. But I also want to highlight the fact that the McDonough dance troupe put on a performance during halftime, which was very impressive. I had the good fortune of visiting Dr. Craig and William Diggs after the mask mandate was lifted. Attended the PTSO meeting led by Ms. Carr, Latrina Carr at Thomas Stone High School, Chairman Lucas and Superintendent Navarro was there, as along with my colleague Liz Brown, and it was a very good interaction with parents, guardians, and yes, students, to talk about the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent and the roles and responsibilities of Board of Ed. And I hope that other PTSOs would facilitate that type of arrangement. I also attended the National Technical Honor Society event, induction ceremony at Stedham, and as well as the Washington Post and Maryland Teacher of the Year recognition at St. Charles High School. That is always an event that we look forward to celebrate our best and our brightest. But I also want to take a moment to recognize it's been a while, but it is so good to see our student representatives as a group instead of this kind of a partial. And so as we wipe the rust off, please do not hesitate when it's appropriate to do so, to raise your hands, because we have been in isolation for so long. and your voice does matter, and it is very good to see you all here collectively. And that is all that I have to report for this month.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Hurd.
I echo Ms. Wilson's comments about how great it is to see all of our student liaisons here today. And I think it's a major accomplishment for our school system and represents a milestone that we're moving forward, that the boardroom looks the way that it does. I never thought I'd be so excited to see chairs arranged in a certain way, but I definitely am. I wanted to advertise to the few students who may be watching this board meeting that the filing process for this position, the student member of the Board of Education, is opening up to all sophomores and juniors, and I would encourage anyone who has it on their mind and thinks they might be able to do something for their school system to put in. Don't hold yourself back, don't sell yourself short, and you'll never know how far you'll get until you try. And so students who are interested in that, the press release is on the school system website under public info/media, and any concerns can be sent to Mr. Winsett at gwinsett with 2 T's at ccboe.com. And I just hope that our students really take advantage of this opportunity, because I'm looking to pass the torch, and I think I've just seen so much great advocacy from our students, and I hope that those same students who are advocating in the community right now will be sitting in this chair come a few months. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. And Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. It is good to be back and see things the way they are. It's been 2 years, so I forgot that the superintendent even sat up here, and but she does. That's okay. But it's been a while, and it's good to see progress. You know, it's just about a 2-year anniversary of this, and it's been a crazy 2 years. But did a few things this past month. I had the pleasure of, as Vice Chair Wilson had mentioned, the conversation with the civil rights activist Joan Trempier Mulholland was really cool down at Piccowaxen. It was really nice. My son actually attended that assembly. He's in 8th grade, so I got to speak with him about it afterwards, since we actually both went to the same assembly, and he mentioned how cool it was to actually see a figure from the history that they're learning about. It really drove home some of the things that they're learning in school. So that was a great idea to do that. I also got to participate in Read Across America at Dr. Higdon, which is the elementary school right across the field from Piccowaxen, and read to a couple classes a couple weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. And that's about it. But it's good to see things moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Ms. Brown.
It is good to see all of the students back here again, and see all of us back together again as usual. I had an opportunity to attend the Westlake African American Male Kickoff Program, and that was very nice, and the way the students were interacting with each other. I also, with my colleagues, had a chance to attend the Steedham National Technical Honor Society. It's always good to see students in a good light and doing good things, so I can congratulate all of them. I also got to attend the program at Piccowaxen with Ms. Wilson and Mr. Hancock, and it was just so nice to see history right in front of me. And of course, I forgot my red sweater and left it in the car. But I'm keeping my red sweater for Delta in my trunk now from now on, because it just so happened that Joan Mulholland is a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. But it was just nice to see history. You hear about history. I've lived a lot of history, but to see someone who actually could explain what was going on during that time. And the students were so attentive and with their questions, and I was just impressed with the way all of the students carried themselves. I also had attended the African American Task Force at Thomas Stone High School, and it was nice to see that we could all get together and see each other instead of Zooming. We've all had a lot of Zooming these past 2 years. I attended the Thomas Stone PTO meeting with Mr. Lucas and Ms. Wilson And those parents, the kids just asked whatever questions they wanted to ask of us. And to top that off, at the end, I got to visit J.P. Ryan. And if you could go by J.P. Ryan and see the doors that those kids, that the parents, the teachers put together for African American History Month, they were just beautiful. The doors were just, it's just, coming from an elementary background, I just love seeing those doors when they make them up. So that's about it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Battle Lockhart.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had the opportunity to, as well, go visit some schools after we lifted the mask mandate to optional at North Point, Davis, and Diggs. But as well, I also visited all the CTE programs to allow the students to lift their voices about their experience, and to talk to some of the instructors as well, to talk about challenges and successes. So it was a great opportunity to connect with them, since we haven't had that experience over the last 2 years the way I would have liked to, the way I was doing it prior to COVID. And I had an opportunity to, with some of my colleagues around here, to attend the African American Employee Task Force over at Thomas Stone last week. And we had some great conversation with Dr. Navarro, and I commend her for continuing on the what Dr. Hill started, to ensure that all voices of staff members are lifted through their journey with their experience with CCPS. So thank you for continuing that, Dr. Navarro, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Ms. McGraw.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to attend in-person activities. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to run for the board, because I really want to be able to celebrate student accomplishment, because we have so many successes of our students and our staff here. So the three that I chose to attend all turned out to be nail biters. First was the Teacher of the Year with suspense. The second was the Spelling Bee the other night, which was down to the wire suspenseful. And then the last was the Thomas Stone Westlake boys basketball game. Oh boy, was that a nail biter. So it was nice to be there. I also wanted to share that I attended the Charles County Scholarship Fund meeting this in February, and that's the meeting where our donors of scholarships attend and talk to us about why they are offering the scholarship that they did. There are so many heartwarming stories to listen to, and it's nice that they choose to share those stories with us, but also to share a scholarship in honor of their loved ones. So we're very fortunate in that respect. The deadline passed March the 1st, so I hope a number of our students did apply. And right now, the scholarship committee is in the process of reviewing scholarships, and we'll have the awards ready by the end of the month of May. So it's a process. And that's about it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw. Sure, Ms.
Scholarship related. The Restaurant Association of Maryland, their deadline for scholarship for culinary hospitality students is March 15th. So please don't miss out on that opportunity, our hospitality culinary students.
Thank you, Ms. Battle Lockhart. So, I'd just like to say a couple things. My fellow board members have already mentioned that it's great to have live events again, and to be able to attend those. As Ms. Wilson mentioned, we were at the PTSO meeting at Thomas Stone, and I encourage other PTSOs and PTAs, if you have meetings, please reach out to either the board or Dr. Navarro if you would like some of us in attendance to that. As Ms. McGraw mentioned, the spelling bee was very exciting. In fact, I came in when it was down to the final two. I rushed down from having been at Thomas Stone, and that last 20 minutes was pretty riveting. And congratulations to everybody that competed. And Ms. Brown mentioned the program at Westlake, Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence. And just for the little bit of time we were there, I think we could tell, and Ms. Wilson was there as well, That is going to be a great program for those young men, and very much like to come back at the end of the year after they've gone through the program to hear to their comments. I also attended the National Technical Honor Society induction, and congratulations again to Ms. Hungerford, our Teacher of the Year. And one other thing, as we go forward, when I visited a few schools after the mandate was lifted, the principals there made a comment that the kids kind of, and more than one principal used the exact same words, is that they take a pulse of the situation, and they may choose not to wear their mask, which is fine, but they walk into a room and maybe the teacher has a mask and some other kids have the mask, and they'll put their mask on out of respect for them. So I think that's really good that students are able to recognize that, and so kudos to them. I just wanted to say that. So that's it, unless anyone else has anything else. All right, very good, thank you. Next, we'll hear an update from Sean Heil from the Education Association of Charles County.
It is good to be back, right? Chairman Lucas, Vice Chairwoman Wilson, board members, Dr. Navarro, CCPS leadership, and community members. Today I'll be addressing two topics that continue to impact staff physically and emotionally: COVID leave and the heightened increase in physical altercations in school. This board and CCPS leadership have reduced or discontinued many of the COVID protocols as they continue to look at the numbers and let the science inform their decisions. I'm cautiously breathing a sigh of relief to see Charles County finally yellow, indicating that we are in a moderate range for COVID infections and continue to trend downward. I think we are all hoping for these trends to continue. With that being said, there's something in the wake of COVID that this board and CCPS need to address, and that's COVID leave. I'm here speaking on behalf of the staff that are completely out of leave due to following CCPS protocols throughout the pandemic. We are glad that the system took a strong stance to prioritize in-person instruction. However, we can't ignore the unintended consequences that some staff experienced because of following the health and safety expectations. There are portions of staff that were asked to take leave in blocks of 3, 5, 7, or 10 days due to COVID protocols. According to an EACC poll recently conducted, most staff have been able to get to this part of COVID without completely exhausting their leave. Some of them are on the edge of being out of leave, but today I'd like to speak for those completely out of leave due to following COVID protocols. There's a significant difference between COVID leave and any other leave taken by any CCPS employee, right? The system unconditionally required the staff member to take leave. The reasons for this were varied as we went through COVID: waiting for test results, diagnosed with COVID without symptoms, diagnosed with COVID with symptoms, a student diagnosed in the classroom, and a quarantine due to exposure caused many employees to take their own leave this year. The result was that employees were required to take this time off using their own sick leave. As a comparison, many of you know that my wife has been busy fighting cancer this year. She was not mandated to take off due to that medical condition. She's been able to use all the tools provided to make sure her treatments and recovery from those treatments has not impacted her pay. Staff that are out of COVID leave due to following directed protocols need help to get across the finish line of this year. So stay with me. Here's what I'm asking of the board and CCPS leadership. I'd like a review of all staff currently out of leave to determine the total amount of employees impacted. I'd like the CCPS to assess how many days were taken in the last school year that resulted in the staff member being out of leave for complying with COVID protocols. A teacher that took off for 3, 5, or 10 days in the last 2 years was probably not building a vacation. There's been nowhere to go. I'd like to see those staff members out of leave provided leave as needed also for the rest of the year for medical reasons. If someone who's exhausted leave due to COVID has a doctor's appointment in April, they should be able to maintain those medical needs this year with CCPS support. In reading the new endemic SOP, it states that, quote, staff who are ill or not feeling well should not, capital not, report to work, close quote. This is a shift from the message that all of us have been given our whole lives, right? If you're sick, you tough it out. You show up, take care of your responsibilities. It is a justifiable culture shift that both our staff and our families to prioritize wellness given what we've experienced in the last 2 years. But what is the system doing to promote wellness for employees that are out of leave for following system protocols? If it is a choice between coming to work sick or losing a day of pay because you're out of leave, what would you want that staff member to do? If the answer is stay home, what are you willing to do to make that staff member comfortable in making that decision? What support can you give that staff member? Provide staff who are out of leave with a safety net to take leave for a medical reason for the rest of the year if needed. Provide retroactive pay to any staff that have exhausted their leave for COVID-related reasons and have had to take the day without pay to comply with CCPS protocols this year. Support the staff that followed all the protocols and are now out of leave. Help make them whole again so they do not have to decide between doc pay or their own health for the remainder of this year. Reinforce the culture shift of taking care of personal health and send a strong message to employees that the words self-care is intended to be words of action, not just a casual phrase of encouragement. Along with the message of wellness, we are here requesting a renewed focus on restoring safe learning environments. The severity and frequency of more serious acts of aggressive behavior in schools is eroding school climates. I've been on a listening tour of schools in the last month, and staff are very concerned about physical safety. I've heard this from educators across the spectrum in this listening tour. There are a lot of factors that have exacerbated this situation. COVID, 2.5 years of being at home, social tensions, and even the well-intended grace that staff were encouraged to give to students. This grace was meant to help students transition back to school and to be sensitive to the trauma that many have experienced during the pandemic. However, at this point, we need to take measures as a system to remind students, families, and the community that school must be a safe place with established expectations for behavior that are reinforced and implemented with fidelity. The discipline matrix needs to be applied appropriately such that we are restoring our schools to the safe place they are meant to be for every student and staff member. We need to connect our families with resources for behavior or social emotional needs that students are experiencing, but we must act to assure students and schools that school is safe, assure students and staff that school is a safe place. Students involved in violating the CCPS Code of Conduct through engaging in violent, aggressive acts that endanger others need to experience appropriate consequences. We know how wide our door swings open, taking in all students under all circumstances, and EACC completely supports that ideal. It concerns staff when the door is so wide open that the student is not even aware of their actions when they're engaging in school have very serious consequences when they occur in our community outside of school, at the mall, or a 7-Eleven. When the behavior rises to the level of assault, we need to activate the systems that we have in place to protect our students and staff and guarantee that no students or staff member should feel unsafe at school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Next, we'll hear from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Ms. Sarah Birch.
See where I have mine. Good afternoon. I am Sarah Birch, president of AFSCME Local 2981. The windy month of March is here. AFSCME is hoping only good omens are in the breeze, such as no more masks, COVID numbers plummeting, freedom to enjoy the summer traveling or working summer programs so students can get back up to grade level. 5 days from today, it will be 2 years since all this began. Seems so much longer. AFSCME must move on to better projects, as everyone should. Many years from now, Charles County teachers will be teaching about the pandemic in the classrooms. For now, AFSCME is going to fire up our membership to support Charles County Public Schools budget. The FY23 budget was presented as a report item to the Charles County Commissioners on January 11th. There is going to be a public hearing on April 27th. All support staff should attend. Show support. Sign up to speak. Green shirts will be handed out with our AFSCME logo. More information will be given at our monthly meeting as to the activities AFSCME will conduct to promote the budget. I want to review the blueprint for the 3 to 5 year plan for Charles County Public Schools at our next monthly meeting. March is Women's History Month, honoring great women of the past, present, and future by wearing purple today. Happens to be my favorite color. One person responsible for organizing unions in the United States was Mary G. Jones, known as Mother Jones. She organized the Knights of Labor and the Industrial Workers of the World, once known as the fiercest woman in America. Remember, don't be late, vaccinate.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Okay, Dr. Navarro, I think,
Yes, I think we're ready for various information items. So Dr. McKinnon is coming up, and she will provide an overview per the request of the board regarding our special education due process. Thank you, Dr. McKinnon.
Good afternoon, members of the board, staff, students, and visitors. I'm Dr. Tia McKinnon. I'm the director for the Department of Special Education. It's a pleasure to be here to speak with you about our students with disabilities, and I hope, although it's my first opportunity, that it's not my last, to continue conversations to support our students with disabilities here in Charles County Public Schools. Okay. So I'm going to start by talking about the purpose of my conversation today is to talk about the discipline of our students with disabilities. And I want to begin that conversation by going over or reviewing the IEP development process. It begins when someone, parent, student, or staff member requests an evaluation because they suspect an educational disability. In that case, there's an evaluation completed. It's not the same for every student. It changes based on what the suspected disability or area of weakness is. Then the team reviews that information, determines eligibility, and drafts an IEP. So no matter what the projected or suspected disability is, that process has to be followed for every student. After the drafted IEP is completed, the initial IEP, the parents must sign to consent for services, just the first one. Subsequent IEPs don't need a signature of consent. And if parents don't want it to continue, or families don't want it to continue, then they must revoke. So in this IEP development process, we look at student strengths. We talk about parent and teacher concerns. We document present levels of performance and special factors. And what we mean by special factors are medical conditions, medical diagnoses that a student might have, and the educational impact of the medical diagnoses or the present levels of performance. We look at several areas: the academic functioning of a student, the social-emotional functioning, the developmental functioning, and functional skills or self-care. That's what we call that functional skills and abilities. Because of disproportionality in the state of Maryland in this identification process, students with learning disabilities, students with intellectual disabilities, and students with emotional disabilities all have to have a separate form completed to show that the IEP team met all the requirements of identification for that disability in the state of Maryland based on COMAR. These additional measures were due to the disproportionality, whether it be with race or gender, with these specific disabilities. After that, there's the IEP implementation. The most important thing about implementing an IEP is that all staff are responsible for implementation of the IEP. Every student that has an IEP has a case manager, and it's that case manager's responsibility to ensure that all staff are well-versed in those specifics. Different schools do this in different ways. Some do it in a meeting, some do it in writing. It depends. But all staff that interact with the student need to know the specifics of the IEP. Not all staff that attend the IEP meeting, all staff that come into contact with the student. This is particularly important with students that have behavioral needs because there are specific strategies, verbiage, preferences, specifics as to what to do, what not to do, are all outlined in that IEP. If myself as a hypothetical building service worker does not know that Tia doesn't respond well when reprimanded in a crowd, then I need to know that. So I can pull her to the side to let her know the desired behavior or the expectation. If I don't, and that leads to disruptive behavior or behavior that's not wanted, then we're not following the IEP. So that's why it's important for all staff to know. The IEP should be considered in all student interactions. We merge the student code of conduct with the abilities and expectations of the student. So it's not that one trumps the other, they are equal, but we need to understand when we're dealing with behaviors for a student with an IEP that has specific behavior supports, that those are considered in those interactions. Of course, the big issues are aside, those being weapons, drugs, and serious bodily injury. The student code of conduct leads that. And with this consideration of the IEP document, it's imperative that we have a level of empathy and a level of understanding when we talk about a student's abilities versus our expectations. And that does seem to change the playing field for the students, but we're not changing it, we're leveling it. The student comes to us with a documented area of need, and it's our responsibility to meet them there and grow their skills and abilities. We do this through the FBA BIP process. That stands for Functional Behavior Assessment, Behavior Intervention Plan. So it's under revision in Charles County Public Schools now under my leadership. We're looking at it to make the team approach, to elevate that and highlight that, because it shouldn't be created in a silo with one person. We want the ease of use to be there, we want it to be functional, and we want the monitoring of progress to be outlined and very clear. So, when we look at the behavior, we first look at the function. Why is the student exhibiting this unwanted behavior? If you participated in this process, you might know that sometimes it's to get staff attention, sometimes it's to get student attention, sometimes it's to avoid work. It's more than that, but that's not an exhaustive list, but those are some of the reasons. Then, through this FBA BIP process, we identify the replacement behavior. We are explicit in noting what we want to see instead. So if Tia's calling out, what do I want to see Tia doing? Do I want to see Tia raising her hand, or do I want to see her getting my attention in a different way? We need to be explicit when we ask the students to change the behavior. The third thing are the instructional strategies, because if we give all staff that interact with this student the replacement behavior but don't tell them how to get the student there, then we're doing a disservice, and we have to go through this process. And lastly, the monitoring the plan and identifying specific evidence of success. What will it look like when this functional behavior assessment, or mostly this behavior intervention plan, is no longer needed and we can focus on a different behavior or dissolve it completely? Again, I want to highlight that these should be conducted by persons, plural, who are familiar and interact with the student, to include the families. Now, despite all of our attempts and best efforts in identifying behaviors, providing explicit instruction around behaviors, we still get to the point where our students with disabilities earn suspensions. So, when we determine that a student with a disability is going to be suspended, there are three major considerations. What is the purpose accomplished by the suspension? These are questions that our administration needs to ask themselves. And this lies closely with the disability. Will the student, with the student's cognitive profile, I guess I should say, will the student be able to connect these two actions and understand that the consequence that comes with it? Will the appropriate, you must consider the appropriateness of the length of time, deciding days, single days versus multiple days. And how can we return the student to school as quickly as possible? And I'll go into more about why that's necessary in a little bit. But those three things really need to be considered heavily for students with disabilities. Students with disabilities cannot be removed for their educational program beyond 10 school days without a formal review of the relationship of their disability and behavior subject to the disciplinary action. This process is called the manifestation process. If a student with the IEP is either suspended for 10 days at one time or a culmination of 10 days, we have to have, the IEP team has to gather to have a manifestation. This is rooted in Fourth Circuit ruling from 1988. So in this process, we have to ask two questions. Is the behavior directly related to the goals in the IEP? And that means it's directly and substantially related to the student's disability. So if we say we're addressing this behavior, and this is behavior that the student exhibits, it's a manifestation of their disability. So that student would return to, in person, to the educational setting. We also have to ask, is the school system doing and documenting all strategies and services outlined in the IEP? We do have to ask that. If we find fault in that, the student is returned to the educational program. So we have to not only look at the student, but we have to look at ourselves. Are we teaching, are we providing explicit instruction around the behavior that the student exhibited? Are we following the IEP? If this behavior isn't in the IEP, we take another turn. So if the answer to either of those questions is yes, we need to review, revise, create an FBA, or revise the behavior intervention plan, and the student returns to school. We have to really ask, is what we're doing enough? Because we've written this IEP to address these behaviors, but these behaviors are continuing to occur. So we don't go back to business as usual. We look at ourselves, we look in the mirror, and we determine what can we do differently? How can we better meet the student's needs? If the answer is no, it's not a manifestation of the student's disability, the code of conduct goes into place. But, nope, and we must provide services during those times where the student code of conduct is working itself out. So we have to provide specialized instruction to the student. If after those 10 days, it takes another 5 days for the student's code of conduct process to work itself out, the school team needs to be providing specialized instruction to the student. We're flexible in how we do that, but it has to happen. I want to go over a little bit more things about the FBA and BIP, because this is what it's rooted in. This is how we know that we're addressing those behaviors, and it needs to be specific to the setting where the behavior occurs. It needs to provide information that's useful and understandable. This is a place where Charles County Public Schools, the current iteration of our FBA BIP process, could be improved, and the Committee of Psychologists and Behavior Specialists and Instructional Specialists are working on this. It has to be applicable across all school settings. It says instructional and non-instructional, and I apologize for that because I don't believe there are any non-instructional times during the school day. They're all instructional. Either they're structured or unstructured, but they're instructional. Please excuse that. It provides clear, sufficient, and manageable strategies. We need to see the strategies. Myself, as the physical education teacher, I need to know what to do with this student when I'm seeing undesired behaviors. It results in teaching those alternate behaviors or those desired behaviors. It's a team approach. None of these aspects need to happen in isolation. These are present in our school system vastly across every level. But with that, as I said, there are still some suspensions. So let's look at some of the current data. On this slide, I know you don't have much time to digest it, and you may not be able to see it clearly, so I'm gonna make some highlights. 2% of students overall in the entire Charles County Public Schools population have been suspended this year. Just 2%. And that's students. There have been more incidences, but the incidences are higher because the same students are showing difficulty meeting our behavioral expectations. And out of that, students with disabilities, 4% of our total population of students with disabilities have been suspended so far this school year. Of course, we do continue to see the national trends that there are more males than females, and there are more African American students than any other race. Additionally, high school has the most suspensions over the other, across the board, over elementary and middle. But something to consider greatly is that we hear about discipline concerns in our schools. And what this slide lets us know is that this is a small amount of students who are influencing the trends and the numbers and the news that we're hearing. And we need to do a better job of making sure we address those students' behavioral needs. We need to make sure that the behavior intervention plans are sound and that we're following them. For comparison, in 18-19, which was our last full school year in the building, these were the numbers. In making this slide, I didn't necessarily have the N or the total amount of students in Charles County or in special education. So I did some faux math. Excuse me if anyone's a math person. It was about 1% of students total and about 3% of students with disabilities. And middle schools were the stronger, the place with the higher discipline needs. So although those percentages are increasing, our population is increasing, and I would venture to say that we're we need to do better, but we're at the same level, but we haven't gotten better. We haven't suspended less, is my point. And that's where I would like to see the numbers go, to show that we have to utilize this level of intervention less. How can we do that? These are the supports available to schools for specific behavior issues, among others. We have school psychologists. They're well-versed in the FBA BIP process. They're well-versed in behavior analysis. And they're a support to all schools and are a significant part of the school community. We have behavior specialists. Currently, there are 5 in the Department of Special Education. In 22-23, there will be 6. We're adding to that core of professionals. They all have a level of behavior BCBA certification, behavior analysis certification. And they but their main focus, they're hyper-focused on behavior modification in schools and supporting teachers and training teachers to manage and modify the behaviors of our students. We have instructional specialists. Although it says instructional, they're special education generalists. And emotional disability is part of their the gamut, so that they have a fund of behavior strategies and a repertoire of tools to help support students and staff with dealing with behaviors as well. Then we have program coordinators for our early childhood, Achieve, which is our program for students with functional life skills needs, SOAR for students that exhibit characteristics of autism and have the significant social skills needs, and our emotional adjustment, which are students who require something above and beyond what can be provided in the inclusion setting to manage their behaviors. So when these people go out, what do they tell them? They tell them, hey, reach out for support. Why didn't I know about this? And do it early. As early as you can, get us involved. Because if I have a baseline, then I have something to compare to. I can give you strategies earlier, so the students aren't inadvertently reinforced for the wrong behaviors. We see that a lot when we're brought in later. Refreshing staff on triggers for students. And as I mentioned before, our expectations of students need to reflect their abilities when they have a documented disability. And that's a hard part for some staff to own. And we're working with staff on that through refreshers around de-escalation, rational detachment, so we don't get in those power struggles, and precipitating factors, which have increased greatly since we have gone through the public health crisis over the past 2 years. Flexible scheduling. We need to have a plan. We need to stick to it. In our most significant cases, sometimes we remove the academic demands. Earmuffs, Dr. Navarro. We remove the academic demands and we focus on the behavior, because the student can't access the academics if we don't get the behavior under control. If they're always outside of the classroom or they're not able to engage, we need to focus on that temporarily to get it under control, so then we can get some engagement on the academics. And then we focus on desired behaviors. We make sure the student knows, the parents know, all the staff that interact with them know what the desired behaviors are. And so all of our expectations match and support the students' abilities and meet our expectations at some level. Questions?
Well, I just like to say, and I see the board members' hands up. I asked Dr. Navarro, I wrote a little note, and I said, "How long has she been here?" I said, "Did you hire her?" And this was excellent. It's very, very good, and your presentation, the way that you gave it, was just top notch. I'm going to start off because I did have a couple of questions. In the beginning, you used the word disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay, so that has some specific meaning with regard to education. So, could you expand on that and what that metric is, and are we in fact disproportionate?
In our suspensions of students with disabilities,
Yeah.
we are not disproportionate, but we are in an area of focus. We need to watch that. When we
Okay.
look overall at being disproportionate in students racially, we are disproportionate. We have a significant more number of students, of African American students, and we are disproportionate when it comes to the male and female balance, the gender. So, in a nutshell, Black boys are being suspended more than any other subgroup or category in our county, and we are disproportionate in that area.
Okay. And would you happen to know what that metric is to be disproportionate? And if you don't, that's fine. I thought in the past it was like twice as much, like for the instance you gave, that.
In the presentation I gave today, the way that we would, the way that I consider disproportionate in explaining it to you today was that it does not match the population of the county. So if we have a certain amount of students who are African American, then that percentage should be the same for the amount of African American students that are suspended. It should be reflective of our population. That's how I looked at it for today's purposes. But there are many different ways.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And the other question I had is you mentioned that, and this is with regard to someone with an IEP and what the Code of Student Conduct says should be a consequence for an action. And I didn't get your exact words, but I think you seem to infer that you need to take into consideration that this student has an IEP, and you spoke very eloquently about that. But I guess there's really no, it is a bit subjective in what you do because of the things that you mentioned. Are we actually doing the things that we're supposed to be doing to prevent that student from exhibiting a behavior that we don't want? And so I just want to make sure I understood, so that, again, a student may do something they shouldn't have done, but you have to take into consideration the fact that they have that IEP, and then look back to make sure that we're doing everything we're supposed to do on our part.
That's correct. There are checks and balances embedded in the special education process for those kinds of protections that the students receive under IDEA and under COMAR. I think that was,
Okay.
I forgot about that.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. I saw Ms. Badalacqua.
I have a couple of questions. One, to his point, just to piggyback, just because of experience, the IEP process is, and this is, whenever I ask the questions for the sake of the public, because they might not understand it either. Accommodations are identified during that process as well.
Yes, accommodations and modifications,
Okay.
yes.
And to his point, sometimes it's not even, the behavior is when we're not providing those accommodations and they're frustrated because they're not connecting the way they're supposed to with that need that they're supposed to have, and we haven't supplied it. That's just an example to kind of share with
Yeah, that's correct. When we look at if the IEP has been implemented with fidelity, we look at the instructional supports and the behavior supports, although we're just talking about the students' behaviors at that time. It's the whole IEP. That's a very good point. Thank you for highlighting it.
And I think that's the part too, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because we always talk about IEP, but it's broken down to so many things based off that need. And and that's why I'm so glad you said everyone needs to know what those accommodations are, because now more than ever, our staffing looks very different every day. And whoever's servicing that particular student that day, whoever it may be, we need to ensure that they understand what's required for that student to try to minimize them reacting because they don't have, or that person does not know how to serve them based off of not being able to have that information ahead of time.
Exactly. An example that I use often is that no matter how many times you ask me to run a 10-minute mile, I'm never going to run a 10-minute mile. I'm never going to run a 10-minute mile. So, consequencing me for that action over and over is going to cause some adverse behaviors and some not desired behaviors, because you're asking me to do something that I can't do.
Yeah.
And that's where we have to show that understanding and empathy with our students with disabilities and know that they don't come to us with these skills. We have to instruct them on these skills, and that's part of our job as well. It's not just the standards that have to do, the academic standards, it's also socio-emotional and behavioral standards that we need to instruct on.
Exactly. So, which brings me to this point that's always been something I've mentioned on this journey is, as you're new, of course, what is the strategic plan to ensure that substitutes are equipped to support students with disabilities, so during the time that their primary IA and primary educator is not in the room? Because that's been, like, I've been that substitute. But, I know how to proceed with caution because I've had family members with kids that, so I knew a little bit to maneuver, but I don't want to know a little bit to maneuver because I know. So what is the plan to prepare a substitute? And the reason why I'm asking the question, because the way our current substitute system works is I, as a substitute, can go in there and pick my classes that I want to substitute for. I can show up and end up in the special ed class or SOAR class or achieve, and I wasn't prepared for that. And nobody called me to tell me that. So what are we gonna do differently to ensure that doesn't happen again? Because I think that's a little bit of our problem as well.
The Department of Special Education has partnered with Human Resources in their training of substitutes. That structure needs to be tightened up once we have substitutes to train, and make sure that not only is it the accommodations and modifications that we talk about, but also the behavior strategies. So we partner with Human Resources in their training of the substitutes when they come in, those training opportunities, and make sure there's always an IEP or students with disabilities component. Now with our regionalized programs, it's just a best practice for teachers to reach out to substitutes that know their students, and it's not as random as it can be. And we do in those settings rely on the instructional assistants to provide some of that extra support, some of that knowledge about the students in those settings, because you're right, if you're surprised and end up in that setting, that it could be a very difficult day for everyone.
And another question, and they probably gonna kill me when I ask this question, but I just, when I look at your support system in place, that supports that are available on the slide, where it says early childhood, achieve and soar, and those types of things, those are focused on, as we're talking about, students with disabilities. But what makes, because when we talk, what's throwing me off a little bit, and I'm probably some people out there in the public, when we talk about behaviors, it brings up to me the Fresh Start piece of what we do and all of the other programs that focus on behaviors as well. How are those different supports?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
In the structure of the special education department, since I started my tenure, there is no difference. If a school calls us to get support for any student who is having behavior issues or learning issues, whether they've finished the IEP process or not, or even if the student is going to go through the IEP process, we're a resource for that. We have a toolkit, we have a repertoire of strategies to use with them. So it's reaching out early. That's where it starts. Hey, I'm having difficulty with this student in my general education pre-K class. Mm-hmm. Of course, these supports can come out, and those program coordinators that I mentioned have particular expertise around some of the behaviors, especially for the more neurodivergent students.
And realistically, I'm passionate about this subject, but realistically, based off your numbers that you shared, the 5, the 10, the 4,
yes,
staff members, what is the realistic numbers that we really need to support the journey to get us on the road to success?
I would like to continue to build our core of behavior specialists, and not just the behavior specialists that have BCBA certification, but even behavior support teachers on the ground in schools who have specific professional learning opportunities to be able to support the general education, special education, the whole school with behaviors. If we have behavior support teachers in our buildings that we train and receive ongoing monitoring and professional learning around it, that's what I would like to see. I think that's what's necessary in the immediate at the elementary level, but even moving through middle and high school.
Okay. And my final question, I promise, is the scenario where I asked you the difference between the two programs. Yes. Is that something that we consider, like, for those parents that have no idea? Like, I had no idea that something's, not me, but I'm just saying in general, no idea that my son or daughter had a IEP thing, because I just thought he was just her or she being just a kid. So would those be considered like a discovery phase where we might discover that for them at school because of their behavior, and your team may have work with them and say, oh, maybe this is a little bit deeper and we might need to look at an IEP? Like, how does that help a parent that doesn't know, and that's probably that may be the problem for their child?
I think that because all the schools have a student support team process, then it will come organically out of the SST or student support team process, because the people on that team, the school-based professionals, the psychologists sit on those. So they can guide the parents to gathering more information through the evaluation process if necessary.
Thank you so much.
Additional questions?
Ms. McGraw?
Thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. But I hope you will indulge me in two questions that I have that have been brought to my attention over the last month or so regarding the IEP process. And this is for answer for the general public. One is, what recourse does a parent have if they do not agree with the determination of eligibility at IEP meeting? They don't agree with that, what's their recourse? And second of all, what steps does a parent, what did they say? What steps can a parent take to have an IEP review after a placement?
Okay.
Did I screw that up too much? Yes?
I
Okay.
got it. So the first question is, if a parent disagrees with any decision on the IEP, any page, it could be the frequency of a accommodation, or it could be the placement, or what's on page 1, the disability category. They may initiate their parental rights by contacting our compliance director and being explained that process and going through either an administrative review, where our office would look at things and maybe direct the IEP team to meet again to consider this or that, mediation, and lastly, the due process, which is binding. So those are the options. They can present more data. Even before that, the parents can present additional data to the team and say, this is really why I think my student is a student with autism, not a student with other health impairment.
Okay, so the second part wasn't clear, I'm sorry. If I'm a parent and I want an IEP review because my child has one, what do I do? I think that's what they were asking. The case manager.
Requests for meetings need to be considered and held as many times as the parent requests them.
So is it?
We'd like to have at least 30 days in between, so there's different data. We don't want to meet Monday and Friday because there's nothing else to consider unless the parent receives something from an outside professional or support person. So it's just important that we have additional data to consider when we come to an IEP team, but it's just a email, phone call.
So if there's a request, there's no timeline that it needs to be addressed?
If there's a request, the meeting should be held in 30 days.
I think
No
that
longer
answers
than
the
30
question. Thanks.
No
If
problem.
I can just interject one quick thing that I think is important to note. If you've ever been a parent and going through the process, it feels very overwhelming and it can feel very complicated. And I think one of the metrics that Dr. McKinnon and I have talked about is, and there are families who understand this process very well and know their rights, know the process. But I think if we're going to be a successful school system for educating students with disabilities internally, we also have to do some check and balances to make sure that families really understand and are engaged. And I think we have a diverse group of families that are all over the place in terms of their understanding of this process and what happens. And I think one of the things that we've talked about is how do we, from a central perspective, do litmus tests or checks with different types of families to see if they really understand the process, how engaged they are in the process, how well we communicated. We are a diverse district. Do we provide appropriate language support so that families are able to, that don't speak English or is not their first language, can understand this process, have people translating? For families that don't understand this process, how do we support them? And I just found, I don't know if you all saw, there was a listening and learning session that Dr. McKinnon did with families to invite them to just for her to listen to their experiences. And this is a relationship that you have with the school system for a period of time, of which you yourself as a parent have to cope and deal and grow to understand the needs of your particular child, especially if your child is not developing in an average development way as their peers. And I think that's important to realize that there's an emotional component that comes with that. I think years of just having experienced the work by people in special education offices, you have a different relationship than if you just send your kid and your kid goes through school. You already have that normal relationship with schools, but it's very different if they are students that eventually have a need and have a disability, and how they learn over time and grow over time. So I think one important thing that you bring up, Ms. McGraw, that reminded me is our internal systems for us checking that we are actually able to be understandable and work with a variety of families that are within the umbrella of students with disabilities, because it is a vast, broad, diverse group of needs that are serviced through there. So I just wanted to point that out. That's an important accountability that we need to have with those families.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Dr. Navarro, what you just said is spot on. And when I requested this briefing, it was with the understanding that it's very complicated, it's very sensitive. Your briefing was very transparent and very clear. It's quite honestly, it's long overdue, and I'm not saying that under this administration. I'm just saying in general, it's hard and it's difficult. My hope is that this will be one of many conversations. I like the fact that you're having a discussion about a litmus test and matrices. I would love to hear more when time allows, not only in the context of today's meeting, but going in the future, parental rights forums or information sessions, because so often between the hours of 1 and 4, a lot of folks don't hear these briefings and these presentations, and I think there's a good opportunity, as time allows, to expand on that. The other thing that I hope, Dr. Navarro, you have always been transparent and very clear, but please don't take the gas off the pedal in terms of the resources that you need, because of any particular area that needs support is special needs. All of our teachers are 110% committed. They're exhausted, as stressed, but our special needs teachers in particular. So please don't take your gas off the pedal saying, hey, we need help in this area. And so as long as we kind of periodically have these updates, and we can be an advocate for you, because I'm very concerned about resource drain. I'm deeply concerned. And I want to make sure, as going forward, that the parents and the guardians out there feel like they're being heard, and that information is getting to them as they need it. So thank you for taking the moment to express that, but thank you. It's good to meet you and to hear about the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Thank you, Dr. McKinnon, for the great presentation. It's good for us to be reminded of what the process is for an IEP and how that all plays out, and it's good for the public to hear it as well. So it was a good presentation, and I appreciate it. I just have one question, really, the supports that are available at all schools, and I guess I mean the people that are there, the psychologist and the behavior specialist. Do we have enough of those supports, in your opinion?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. I think that's something that, and I appreciate you just coming out and saying that, because I think that's...
With no qualifiers.
Right, exactly. But that's important, and you look at the behavior issues that everyone talks about so much, and this can affect each individual child's education with the IEP. It can affect the children that are, the students that are around that student. It can affect their staff in these buildings. So I think that's very important to do the very best we can to make sure there are enough supports available at each school. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lockhart?
And I just wanted to add this on too, because as we all hear, everybody wants us to be able to be the end all be all. But one of the challenges that I constantly hear, because I sit, of course, in CCAC and I sit in the mommy groups and listen to them about their challenges, is the county overall, like from the county government, they need to understand what resources are we lacking in the county that's not supporting the parents when they're not here. So I think we just need to be, when you have your meetings or lunch and learns and things like that, that should be a topic of what sources are available to these parents when school is closed. And because I did hear a lot from the parents that are within this population, is that they have to drive so far to get the services that they need, and let's, I guess, dig deeper down and take it to those powers that be to see what we can do to start looking at bringing those resources to the county so they don't feel like they're strapped with having to commute to get the things that they need as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
All right, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no, anytime, thank you.
So we are moving ahead with our second presentation, which is an overview of our academic assessments and how we are doing. And so we see here there's a big group coming up, but it is being led by Mr. Roberts, who will sort of present everybody. And I just wanted to point the board, there's sort of two sections to this presentation. One is an analysis and an overview of data that we have so far. Some of the data is a one-time data assessments, and some of the data is an overview data. And then following that, Mr. Roberts will transition and bring some staff members to talk about the so what, right? So what is the data? What are we doing about it? What are schools doing? How are we talking about it in central office? What is our action? So with that, I pass it to Mr. Roberts and.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so as Dr. Navarro had mentioned, we're going to talk about their early fall assessments. So Karen here is with me. This is Karen Peters, coordinator of testing, and she's going to go over some of the early fall data. Then we're going to go right into the iReady data, so you can see what growth has taken place since the fall diagnostic and the winter diagnostic. And then we'll talk a little bit about high school grades and where those stand in terms of for the past 3 years, and see what the pandemic had, what kind of impact that it had on grades. So we'll start with Karen. She's going to talk some about the MCAP early fall and what that really means and why we did what we did.
Good afternoon, everybody. So what we're going to do is review some of the results from the early fall assessments, and just to kind of think back to why we gave these assessments in the fall. These were the assessments that were scheduled to be given this past spring, in spring 2021, and as a result of the waiver, we were able to postpone the assessments into the fall of 2021. So these really are the accountability assessments that are required by the federal guidelines that normally students wouldn't have taken in spring 2021, but obviously we were not in school to do so. So that's why they were postponed into the fall. So the score reports were sent home with students. They were delivered to the schools about a month ago, and so they should have gone home to parents. So parents should have received these results. There's a report for ELA for math and a separate report for science for students that took that assessment. And the results that we're going to present to you today include all the assessments for a subject area in that tested school or grade. Because these were the accountability assessments for last school year, they do reflect the content that students would have learned in their previous year. So example, a student that's in 7th grade this current year would have taken the 6th grade test to reflect the content they should have learned last year. The tests were shortened to about half the testing time that they normally would see with the spring assessments. And the assessments that we included in the data today for you are the English Language Arts in grades 3 through 8 and 10, Mathematics grades 3 through 8, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and MISA grade 5 and 8, which is our science assessment. So when we think about these assessments, because they were so much shorter than usual, there are some limitations around the scores and the reporting that we're getting, the data that we're getting back from these assessments. So usually for a state assessment, they are reported as scale scores. And so by definition, a scale score takes into account some things that they were not able to do with the scores that they reported to us. Everything was reported as raw scores or a percent correct of points. So instead of giving the students a scale score, they looked at how many points a student may have earned and then how many points they earned out of that total possible points. So each student received that score on their home report. Because they did not calculate scale scores, these scores do not account for guessing or item difficulty. So usually with a scale score, it does take those into account. In this case, with the percent correct, it does not. Also, because students had such a small number of items overall and by standard, it's really difficult to determine mastery. For example, if a student only saw one item for a specific standard. So just to keep in mind that these were very short tests. For the mathematics assessments, most of them were around 17 items. There's also limited exposure to standards. So on a longer test, a student would see more items in a standard and more variety of standards. So obviously with a shorter test, that's not possible. And then with multiple forms, because there are students taking different forms, like accommodated forms, they're going to see standards or items that other students wouldn't see. So there could be things that some students saw on the test that other students didn't see at all. So it's really difficult to make comparisons across the scores even within a grade level. And then normally with PARCC, if you think back to the last time we had reported standardized scores, we had 5 performance levels. For the early fall, we only had 3. So we had approached, met, and exceeded expectations as the different performance levels. So this next chart shows the overall performance on the different subject areas. Please keep in mind that this is based on preliminary scores. So this was pulled from the Pearson site that we use to administer assessments. And we were just told to acknowledge that these are all preliminary. So there are some things that could change slightly once some things, if anything, changed, such as a reporting school or the way a student's score was calculated. But they should be pretty close. So this chart looks at what % of students fell into each of those performance levels. So the red represents the students that approached expectations. The yellow is for students that met expectations. The blue is for students that exceeded expectations. The first column is Maryland as a state, their performance on the English language arts assessments across all grade levels. And then the second bar is the same performance for Charles County. So those first two are English language arts. The third and the fourth bars are math performance, so Maryland versus Charles County. And then the last 2 bars are for science, Maryland versus Charles County. Okay. Also in the fall, we administered the KRA, or the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. This was given to all students in kindergarten between the first day of school and early October. We do have some data to share, but just to keep in mind, we did not give this assessment last year, so there will be a 1-year gap in the data because students were not in school to take the assessment, and this assessment is not something that can be done remotely. It is a combination of test items that students respond to on an iPad and different observational checklists that a teacher completes as they watch students do different activities during the school day. All of that's reported back into the system, and then students are scored on 4 different domains: language and literacy, mathematics, social foundations, physical well-being, and motor development. They also get an overall score with a performance level, and again, they're in 3 different performance levels: emerging readiness, approaching readiness, and demonstrating readiness. And for both their overall score and the different domains, 270 is considered demonstrating. So this first graph is for the Maryland state results. The first set of bars there is from school year 2019-20, which was the last year that we gave KRA before this year. And the second set of bars there is this current school year, 2021-2022. And overall for the state, there was about a 7% drop of students demonstrating readiness between 2 years ago and this year. The second graph is for Charles County specifically, and I went ahead and added in 2018-19, which was our previous year to the pandemic year. Keep in mind, though, that KRA was given in the fall, so this would have been before schools closed, but I put an extra year in there just to give you some context for data. So the 2018 percent of students that were at demonstrating was 38.4. In 2019-20, we went up to 41.29. And then this school year, we dropped to 34.92, which is a drop of about 6.5 percentage points, slightly better than the state.
All right, so now we're going to move on to iReady, kind of show you where we are. This is just a reminder of the three different diagnostics that are taking place this year. We already had the fall diagnostic, and you're going to see data that came from that first diagnostic in comparison to the winter diagnostic, which was January 3rd to February 11th. We will have a third diagnostic, which will take place in the spring from May 2nd to the end of the school year. So just a reminder of the testing window. And also, we went over this at one point earlier in the school year, but just a reminder of the different score relative placement levels. So there's a dark green, which shows students that are mid on grade or above. We have the green, which is early on grade level. And we have the yellow, which indicates students who are one grade level below. And then we have the lighter red and then the darker red, which are 2 grades below or 3+ grades below. And this is, again, based on where the student would be at the end of the year. So if they're in 3rd grade, where they should be for the end of the 3rd grade year. So take that in mind as you look at the data. So we're going to start with our reading data. So each student will take 2 different tests, reading and mathematics. So this is our reading data. The chart on the left-hand side is where our students were in the fall with the 5-level placement breakdown, and then where our students were in the winter. So you can see that N is 13,620. We had 13,000 students who took both tests in took both diagnostics, either in the early fall and the winter, so that we could have a comparison of the two. So you can see that we have shown growth. This is for all grade levels 1 through 8. We did not test in K, and we do not have the data for 9th grade in here, which was a limited group of students anyway. We had our own grade level English 1 students and algebra students that were included in that test. So this only includes grades 1 through 8 for reading. So as you can see, we've made gains. Our students have made gains. We've lowered the number of red, if you will, and we've increased the number of green as the school year has progressed. So we're going to go a little bit more in depth with this. So this is a graph of all the different grade levels. So starting with grade 1 all the way to grade 5 for elementary, and the F stands for the fall assessment and the W is for the winter assessment. So across all of our grade levels, you can see that each grade level has decreased the number of students, or the percentage of students that are in the red, which are the 2 or 3 grade levels below, and we've also made gains in terms of the green, which are the early on grade level or mid on grade or above. And that's across all grade levels there. And again, this is grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the reading assessment. So similarly, moving on to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we've again made gains. Our students have made gains from each of these grades from the fall to the winter. We've increased the number of students that are in that green area, and we've decreased the number of students that are in that red or that lighter red color. You could see that in the elementary there was less in the red area than we were in the middle school area. Now what we also wanted to do is we wanted to take a look at where we were nationally. So again, as we showed after the fall diagnostic, we have 4 different charts here. The first chart is the historical national norms pre-pandemic. So this is across the country, those students that have taken this test, which is roughly about 600,000 students, or 600,000 tests. So then we also have the chart, which is national in-school population to date, which is the winter test. And you can see on the chart there, it's about 6 million tests as well. So there's a large number of students that are taking this. Then we've also included where Charles County is and where Maryland is. And for the reading test for these same grades, it's roughly around 90,000 students that have taken it for the state of Maryland. So looking across here, you can see from where we were pre-pandemic in terms of national norms and where everyone is in terms of national norms currently. There was a change in terms of the red and in terms of the green. But looking more closely at where we are in comparison to the state of Maryland, you could see that the number that we have in red, or the percentage of students that we have in the red, is slightly smaller than the number of students or the percentage of students that are in Maryland. And then we have a slightly larger percent in the green areas, which are those early on grade level or mid on or above grade levels. So we'll look into that more closely at each of the grade levels as well. So looking at first grade, again, the breakdown across each of these is the first one, national norms, is where we were pre-pandemic. The national in-school is currently across the nation. And then Maryland in-school, those are winter diagnostics for Maryland, and then Charles County diagnostics for just our students that are, in this case, first grade and second grade. So you can see we are very similar in terms of nationally where those numbers were, and our numbers in red are definitely lower than where the state of Maryland are for our first graders, and similarly for the green, where we've increased the number of green, or we have larger number, higher percentage of students in the green area as well. So in both of these areas, in both of these grade levels, you can see Charles County has made gains in terms of the number of students that we've gotten into the green, and then the number of students that have that are in the red in comparison to the state of Maryland. And you can see across there that similarly that the yellow seems to be about the same for both of those groups. So we can move to the other grade levels, and looking across where we are for grades 3, 4, and 5, and in comparison to the state of Maryland, again, our numbers in the red are lower for all three of these grades, and then our numbers that are in the green are higher than the state of Maryland as well. And still following that same trend here for the middle school grades as well. In comparison to the state of Maryland, Charles County is doing better in terms of where the students are that are in the red, and then doing better in terms of the number of students that are in that green. And you could see that there's still a difference between where the national averages are, and then again, those yellows are staying very consistent across. So then what we'll do is we'll move into the math performance data. So similarly, we looked at where these are all grades 1 through 8, where our students, where we made growth. And again, you can see that yellow is very similar, but what this is telling us is that we are moving students not just from the red to the yellow, but then we're also moving students from the yellow to the green. So we're making movement all the way across. So again, from the fall to the winter, we've decreased significantly the number of students that were in that red, and we've increased significantly the number of students that are in that green. I mean, we have more in the mid on or above grade level than we had in just at the early on grade going into from the fall to now. So we've made big gains here. Our students have done a great job. And again, that number N at the bottom is the 14,000. Those are the students that took both tests, so we could have a comparison of the two different results. So then similarly, we can look at each of the different levels and see where those gains were. Moving from the fall to the winter for each grade level, looking at the number that were in the red. And I didn't mention this early, but when you're looking at the first and second grade, you're not going to see that dark red because that's 3 grade levels or below, so students aren't going to be categorized as being 3 or more grade levels below when they're in first or second grade. So that first time that would hit would be in the 3rd grade area. So again, you can see gains were made across the board in terms of the number of students that we have in the greens, and we've decreased again the number of students that are shown in that red area for all of the grades in elementary school, and this again is mathematics. And then similar across the middle school level, 6th, 7th, and 8th, looking at the growth that our students have made, increasing the numbers in the green for each grade level, and then lowering the number of students that are in the red. And again, those yellows seem to be about the same. So again, showing that students are moving from the red to the yellow, and then we're also moving students from the yellow to the green. And then we look across the national norms, looking at where we were, where those numbers were pre-pandemic, 18, 19, and then where those numbers are now, and then where we are in terms of the state of Maryland. So again, we can hone in on each of the different grade levels to see how we're comparing. Looking at the grade 1, you can see that very similar to where we were for the state of Maryland. And grade 2, we have less percentage of students in the red and slightly more students in the green compared to state of Maryland for grade 2. And then similarly going across the other elementary grades, 3, 4, and 5, looking at the Maryland and the Charles County data, very similar across the board here in terms of the reds and the yellows and the greens. Still a difference between where Maryland and CCPS is across nationally, though. And definitely a difference between where we were pre-pandemic. And then moving into our middle school area, again, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Similar trends where we're seeing the number that we have in red lower than that of Maryland, and then the number in the green slightly higher than where Maryland happens to be. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is take a look at where high school was in terms of grades. So we really wanted to look at what the difference was between semester grades, and we were able to use 1920 school year data because semester grades came out prior to the pandemic. So those semester grades are right at the end of January. So we can compare that 1920 school year to last year and then this year in terms of grade distribution. So we looked at all high school grades first to see what kind of distribution we had with number of A's, B's, C's, and D's, and F's. And you can see that A's have been similar for all 3 years, had a slight decline in the B's. Where you really see a difference is in those F's. So looking at current year, 10% of our students were earning F's in their grades, whereas in 1920, 6% of students. So, yeah, well, going back from 2019 to 2020, we had only 6% of students were receiving F's, but then it significantly increased. So we had 2.5 times growth in terms of number of F's last school year, and then it dropped down, but it still hasn't gone back down to where it was prior to last year. So yeah, we've definitely had a difference in terms of the number of F's. But A's, C's, and D's, very similar across the board. B's dropped a little bit, so very interesting. And we did break it down by each grade level, but we did see a very similar trend across all 4 grades in high school, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So again, same sort of distribution where you have A's, very similar, slight drop in B's, C's and D's, very similar, but then the F's is where you really see a standout in terms of a difference between this year, last year, and the previous, the year before pandemic. So the number of F's have significantly changed. So this is 9th grade. Again, very similar distribution for the A, B, C, and D, but in terms of F, you could see a difference in terms of the numbers there. And then 11th and 12th grade, very similar. Here you're looking at, in terms of those F's 2 years ago, it tripled last year, but then has gone back to where it's only doubled from where that was. So still F's are a concern here. And then similarly with the 12th graders, very similar across those first 4, A, B, C, D, but again, F's coming out as a significant difference between the 3 years. So last thing we want to touch base on is data analysis. And we talked about having those data dives and really working with the school team so they could look at their data in depth. And we all of those things that we did in after the first diagnostic, we did that again in the winter diagnostic and worked with each of the schools so that they were able to look at their data, have iReady come in and work with them and really show them. One thing that we were able to do this time that we weren't able to do last time was looking at that growth piece, because the first time we just got the initial data. We just were able to see where students were, but this time our teachers were able to really look at see what kind of growth had taken place with their students and be able to make instructional adjustments there. We did send home the iReady reports last week. All the students, all the schools received their iReady reports. So those should have gone home with the students last week. So if they didn't get those, let their teachers know, hey, we need to get those iReady reports. So if a student somehow it fell on the ground on the bus and didn't make it all the way home, they need to talk to their teacher. They can get them another report. We can get those to them. But it's really eye-opening for the parents to really be able to see that and see where they are and have those communications with the teacher as to where what the status is. So at this point, our plan is to turn it over to instructional folks to have the now what, but we're willing to take questions before we do that based on what data that you did see here, in case you had questions about that before we move into the now what with some of our instructional folks, and Dr. Jones will join them.
Yeah, Ms. Madeleine.
Sorry, guys. The only thing I would like to see is, letters. One thing I just would like to see demographics, like the students themselves broken down by special population, and like we can normally see it, just to kind of see who actually is doing well and who's not, so we can be clear on who we should be. I mean, we're gonna focus on everybody, but I'm just saying, where is the disconnect and where we have to do the real work at, as it relates to the letters. And the letters is the letters to me, but I want to know who's struggling based off those letters.
Are you talking about the grades?
Yeah,
the grade
the
distribution?
A's, B's,
Okay.
C's, and D's,
Gotcha.
and F's. And, I just would like to see a little bit more detailed demographics of who's that really hitting. And then the, unfortunately, I'll wait till they do their, it goes back to Dr. Navarro, where we were talking about with Mr. Lowndes, connecting some kind of way with those outside sources to support in those efforts with tutoring and so forth and so on, because this is scary. No fault to my teachers. Y'all doing the work, but there's more supports that need to be put in place outside of school. That's the one thing that I want to stress to the public, as we see, because I know we want to talk about the green and we want to say where we're moving a little bit here, but let's really talk about the yellow and the red all combined together. That's the problem. Let's talk about all those colors. Those are some big numbers that we have to tackle, but we can't tackle those alone. We have to, parents and community organizations support us in driving these numbers and the results in the direction that we need to go as a community. So I just wanted to just express that. Thank you for the presentation thus far.
Yeah, and to tag on to that, and Dr. Navarro has mentioned this before, that this is not going to get solved in the 7 to 2:15 or 9 to 4 o'clock school day. In the 180 days that we normally have, there's got to be some time outside of that to help catch these kids up, and it's a national problem. I did have one question. What is the difference again in those graphs where it says national in-school and national norms?
Okay. The national norms was the results from the 18-19 school year, so all students that took it. And then the national was this school year, and the dates are on there from February, ending in February and sometime in December, that second diagnostic window. And it was just students that took it, because there are students that take it virtually, depending on what school system they're in, whether they're still virtual, whatever the case was. That is only students that were in school, so that the assumption would be that there's a possibility that parents could influence those scores if they're at home with the parent or whoever, so the caretaker. So in this case, they only use the in-school national results.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McGraw?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. And I just want to say I'm very happy with what I'm seeing, because these are scores from the fall to the winter.
Yeah.
And for me, the significant issue is, are we making progress? And we are making progress. We're not where we need to be. I don't understand that. But if we're not moving along that trajectory, then I think we're really in trouble. But I'm very buoyed by the fact that our children are making progress, and our teachers have done a great job of moving them this amount in that short amount of time. So, thank you. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Just so you know, for the reading level, roughly 40% of our students increased the level, so changed the color. So that's for reading, and then for math, around 44% of our students increased the level, and then roughly 70% of our students overall have made growth. So we've had some big growth.
Awesome.
Sorry.
That's good. No more questions? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to know if there is any plan to help to address the teacher shortage and how that may be impacting the amount of Fs we see students having. And also, is there a plan to implement more student-geared interactive activities in the classroom? I feel like that would wake up kids from a 2-year quarantine where it was virtual and not as much interaction, to get them back in the classroom and ready to participate and get their grades up.
So I will say that we'll talk a little bit about what's happening in the classroom next, the so what of what have educators been doing. I will say that you bring up a really good point, which we're looking at, which is what's the impact on grades if you have a long-term substitute, if you have a teacher that is a virtual teacher instead of an in-person teacher. And a lot of our efforts this year is to try to make sure that we don't have any openings, but we are dealing with a workforce shortage across the board. And so we are competing a lot with our neighboring school systems and nationally overall trying to get teachers. So it's a compounded effect, right? We can see, Steve, go back to slide 15 for me, please.
I don't know what number it is.
Okay, go back to the one that shows national. Okay, so this slide right here, this is the summary detail, right? How much have students lost as a result of what happened with the pandemic? And so if I were looking at that, I would look at the historical national norms. If I were sitting as a superintendent and it was 18, 19, the conversation around the table is how do we get 31%, 11%, and 12% of the students to move up? We already had an issue with students who, at this point in time, had huge gaps. And I guarantee you that when we give you the data by subgroup, you're going to see the typical gaps in performances. I will say, because I already looked at it, the math gap actually, the math gap actually widens by student race. And so we'll give you that information. We'll come back and give you that information, at least with the iReady results. That's actually more buffered in reading in Charles County, which actually I haven't seen everywhere. So I need to digest that. But so you see the loss, that was just getting back to the historical national norm is where we want to get back to. And then we need to still tackle the yellows and the pinks and the reds, right? So it's a huge monumental piece. And add to that the fact that we may have a lot of educators that will be retiring and leaving the profession, and it's difficult to hire people in. So, I am not shameless at saying we have to be competitive, and that's why our budget that we go to the county with is a budget that emphasizes the importance of making sure we retain and support our staff, but that we also do competitive wages so that every single student has a qualified teacher, instructional assistant, principal, vice principal in front of them, psychologist, counselor. I mean, we just finished the previous conversation. So it is multiple indicators that unfortunately in education right now are sort of against us at a critical time where we have to make up a whole bunch of lost ground that we have with your generation, and we also have to expedite the growth. And so part of it is, and I am also very happy to see and I just want to, I think this is important because our staff forget the monumental work that they have done in this last couple of months. And this is important to remind them, your work has huge impacts on students. Look at the way they're able to bounce back. And they do, and students are resilient and they will bounce back. But it is a steep climb upwards, and I want to be clear with the community in general that we're going to need time, and we're going to need a lot of wrapped around supports, and we're going to need the people to help us kind of climb upwards from this. We're not standing still, and this is sort of our next, and maybe this is a good segue, our next part of the presentation that is like, what have we been doing specifically to be able to see some of this improvement and growth for student outcomes. So I'll invite, this is my transition, so I'll invite Dr. Jones, Megan's coming up.
Dynamic duo will be joining.
The dynamic curriculum duo, Melissa and Megan are coming up, great.
Yes, Melissa Meiswitz, Director of Secondary Programs, Megan Hunsford, Director of Elementary Programs, the dynamic duo from the Office of Teaching and Learning. So we are here to just sort of round out the rest of this presentation. Steve's office, he speaks really fast, but he's good at punching the numbers, and his office is great at analyzing the data, so hopefully you're able to digest that, and certainly you have it in front of you, available to you. So our charge is to round out the rest of it with exactly what you talked about. What does this mean? What are the implications? You know, what are we doing with this data? We certainly see that we are making some great gains, but we can also see in all of those charts that we have work to do. And particularly when we look at the pie charts of how the Fs have not gone in the right direction over the last few years. And so we're doing lots and lots of things, but we certainly want to share some of those things, highlight some of those things with you today. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Hungerford to jump right in.
So good afternoon. So Mrs. McGraw, you kind of stole my opening line that I'm happy about this too. The content specialists were pleased. We all acknowledge that we still have a lot of room to grow, et cetera. But the winter assessment for our team was as much an assessment for some of the things we'd put in place as it was for the students. Because we wanted to see if after the fall, some of the things we had implemented were being effective. And what we saw, for the most part, was yes, they were. So some of the things I'm going to share today, we've shared before, but if they were effective and we are getting results, we're going to stay the course and continue to see those results. So for early childhood, some different things that have occurred with our assessments, and of course that's the KRA in kindergarten, was Beth Sorsby, our specialist in early childhood, visited every elementary school and sat down with every single kindergarten team and went through the data student by student and helped them to go through the process of now what, and really specialize the instruction for those students based on their needs. So that was quite an undertaking, but extremely, I think, powerful. We continue to provide professional learning on conscious discipline, which is the behavior management and SEL program we use in the early grades that's highly effective. And we all know students can't learn if their emotions and their behavior are interfering with the learning process. The Connect for Learning program, which we've implemented in pre-K, this is really the first year we've been able to truly implement it fully in person. And the Heggerty Phonemic Awareness, we continue to have professional learning opportunities for that, and we offer school support from the central office level. The early childhood team, led by Mrs. Sorsby, has done a variety of parent workshops. They're very well received. They almost always sell out. The last one, we had to schedule an additional session because it sold out so quickly. And she does that in collaboration with the content specialists, and that really helps our parents learn how to support their children, what to work on with them, and what to look for. It's coming up, I think, at the end of March, the early learning launch. which is a virtual program, but a variety of skills workshops for parents are offered, and this is for students that will be entering kindergarten or pre-K, and then that's also going to help our parents understand how to register for kindergarten, how to apply for pre-K, etc. And through a state grant, we have tutoring opportunities, and this has been going on throughout the school year, and it happened in the summer, where pre-K and K can offer tutoring, small group, 3 students or less, to our youngest learners. And our schools have been quite responsive to that, and our students are getting a lot of opportunities to get that one-on-one tutoring that they need. For elementary, this is grades 1 to 5. Again, we are in the process of implementing our new Into Reading program. This will really be the first year that full implementation K to 5 in-person whole year will happen. So we continue to provide professional learning opportunities, both through sessions we offer, through training our reading resource teachers who work directly with the teachers, coaching and modeling, and just monitoring the progress of implementation in the classroom. Within that program, because when you get those programs, they have a lot of different components that you can kind of pick like a menu from which fits you within the program. This year, what Mrs. Hudler, our elementary reading specialist, did was she decided that we needed to have the decodable readers and a bigger emphasis on that in the K1 and 2, because the iReady data clearly indicated that phonics and foundational skills was where I see Ms. Wilson clapping, was what was stopping students. It just was not solidified. So they have several days a week where in their guided reading they are working just on decodable text to strengthen those skills. And when we look at the iReady data, you see the numbers overall. We can, and if anybody ever wants to, we'll sit down with you, we can look at students and say where they are in phonics, where they are in phonemic awareness, where they are in all the different, components of reading, and we have seen that this has had an impact on our youngest readers. And so we're hoping to see an even more significant gain by the spring. We also have, I have to say, our content specialists are kind of like a traveling road show many times. So Mrs. Hudler has gone to many of the elementary schools and is doing presentations for teachers on the foundational skills. It's very, very well received. And she does this for teachers K all the way through 5. Because even if you're a 5th grade teacher, you might have students that are still having struggles with phonics and that more advanced word analysis and structural analysis, and that has really helped our teachers. They love those sessions. We are contracting with Amplify, which is a tutoring company that works, they do an assessment beforehand. It's kind of like what the old Dibbles was, if you remember that, and then they will group the students according to need and will work with them 3 times a week. And what's neat is it's not after school, it's not in the evening, it's not Saturday. We've built this into the school schedule. So they'll have guided reading with their teacher for 20 minutes, and then they'll have amplified tutoring for 30 minutes instead of seat work 3 times a week. So that's exciting. Of course, we have interventions and supplemental instruction for our striving readers, and you probably have heard the names of those: Foundations, Wilson, ILLI, etc. Schools are very strategic in how they select those, how they place the students. Some are during the school day, some are before, some are after, but they really have a lot of things going on for our students that need it. And finally, they're all doing school-based data analysis at least after every iReady, but we really encourage that they do it on an ongoing basis. They come together as often as needed when they have good data points to analyze and look for growth and determine their own school-level instructional implications. For math, a little bit of it is parallel. We have the implementation of the new math program, Illustrative Math. Again, we're offering a lot of support for that. And it's actually been jumping ahead, it's been the focus of our instruction time with our principals this year at the principals meetings, helping them to understand better the components of the program, what they should be seeing in classrooms, and how to provide feedback for teachers who might need a little support in implementing it, where to find those resources, etc. We've also talked to you about the 30 minutes of differentiated math instruction. They have 60 minutes core, they have 30 minutes where they can have intervention, they can have reinforcement, or they can have enrichment if they have, mastered the grade level standards. We continue to do professional development in the areas of mathematics for best practices, for IM, etc. OGAP, which is one of our math initiatives, ongoing assessment project, really helps teachers understand and dissect if students are struggling, where they go backtrack, and say, okay, where is the understanding breaking down? And then they start from there and build back up. That's a wonderful program. We have tutoring for math that's FEV, and that's very similar to the structure we discussed for Amplify, where it's in that 30-minute differentiated block. So that's nice. We have interventions in place. We don't have as many selections of math interventions simply because they just don't exist, but we do, continually look for those. We do have Do the Math and Number Worlds and some others. And of course, they too are conducting the school-based data analysis with the iReady data, with the IM unit assessments, et cetera, and analyzing student work on an ongoing basis.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So for middle school instructional implications, we started the school year by training our administrators, ILT, our instructional leadership teams, and teachers in the area of math, language arts, and special education in the use of their iReady data by having our content specialists and the iReady staff go out to all of the schools, so each of the middle schools and each of the high schools, and train the staff in looking at their iReady data and really analyzing what to do with those results. So how to read the various reports and what to do with their programs, how to implement everything else that I'm going to talk about. So from there, teachers were then instructed to adjust or create lessons specific for their classes' learning goals. So that involved class level changes and really looking at class trends. So what's going on with their class-specific data. Then teachers, we were working with teachers on how to conference with students about their iReady data and set those growth goals. So, okay, here's where you started at the beginning of the year. Here's where we want you to get to when you take your winter iReady diagnostic. And now that we've taken the winter, here's where we want you to go into the spring. And teachers are working to communicate with families, their scores. Steve talked about sending home those parent reports and bringing in really all of the stakeholders. And then teachers really work with students to address those specific student needs within the small group. And Ms. Hungerford just talked about how the block is set up, the math block. It's similar in middle school as well, so students have that time, that specific 30-minute period of time to work with teachers on personalized instruction. So this year we're using MyPath, which is an iReady product. And that takes students' iReady scores and looks at their specific needs. And students work within that MyPath instructional, individualized instructional program to really work on their specific needs that have been addressed and identified, and then they can go from there. Teachers can go from there. So there's time for them to work with teachers in small group setting, and then time for them to work on that MyPath instructional program. Then teachers identify students for more intensive instruction, and those are our interventions. So in math, the intervention that we use is Number Worlds, and in literacy, it's the LLI, so Leveled Literacy Instruction, Just Words and Wilson. And then, so with iReady being a universal screener, that helps with student placement in those various programs. And then we also have assessments built into each of those interventions as well, to determine whether or not students are being successful and meeting their individual goals. And then, of course, all of this data is used to determine whether or not our program is being successful. And as you know, this year, we're implementing illustrative math, so we're constantly checking to make sure that what we're implementing and what we're doing with illustrative math is working and it's moving in the direction that we want to be moving. We are also using the FEV tutoring, like we're using at the elementary level. We're using that in the middle school level as well. So we have the homework help line that students can call at any time of the day to get individual help on assignments in the 4 core content areas. And we also have some of the middle schools that are using FEV tutoring for specific ELO after-school programs as well. Okay. High school.
And then on to high school. And so the executive directors, while we are not technically a part of the instructional office, we work very closely together. We all own these students and the data, and so we work very closely with the content specialists and our program directors, and of course our school principals, to ensure that they are offering the supports that our students need, in particularly those students who we are finding are truly struggling. You'll notice the title there, addressing the failing grades. And so lots of different things that we are offering or ensuring that the schools are offering. We certainly support their activity periods, the tutoring, the extra assistance that teachers are offering during their activity periods or during their 1-hour lunch shifts. Some of the schools are still able to do the 1-hour lunch shift. Others have shifted to an activity period. We certainly support and encourage and do all we can to ensure that they are keeping those interventions available. Grade recovery for students who have failed a particular class in a quarter before that. Those opportunities for students to recover those grades from previous quarters are offered to students and encouraged and pushed as much as we can get students to partake in opportunities to make up or recover those failing grades. The only quarter we're not able to do that for is fourth quarter. If they failed first or second quarter, there are opportunities to recover those grades, but not in the fourth quarter. Credit recovery is a little bit different. Typically, this is designed to help students, our high school students, those who are earning credits, to pick up the credits that they've missed, to get back into their cohorts. In order to move from one grade level to the next, you have to get about an average of 6 credits per year. And so if students who are failed a course and didn't earn the credits that they needed in 9th grade, there are opportunities for them to recover their credits. And so we push and encourage all of that. Again, asking our administrators to be very aware, very conscious of the data that shows us that certain students need to have opportunities to recover some credits, and then to ensure that those students are engaged in those opportunities. Just as Ms. Hungerford and Ms. Meiswitz mentioned, the FEV tutoring opportunities are also available and accessible from any location. It's an electronic tutoring program. And then more directly, we hold conferences. We hold conferences from the central office level, staff from the central office level, particularly our student engagement and conduct officers, with those students who are in danger of failing. This time of year, a lot of emphasis is placed on our seniors in particular. So our student engagement conduct officer has a very strict schedule that has conferences set up for all of those seniors in our schools, or they're setting them up if they haven't already been set up, seniors who are in danger of failing, not graduating. These are very important, not just with the students, but with their families. And so we certainly encourage, support, and do all we can from the executive director level, working hand in hand with the Office of Instruction and our content specialists to ensure that we are not letting students simply, fail those courses. We're doing all we possibly can in this area to use the information that we have, use the data that we are securing from iReady and every other measure that we have to address those students who are failing. And I do believe that brings us to the end of this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Very thorough and everything wrapped up nicely into how you're going to address the challenges that you saw there. But I just want to reiterate what Ms. Hungerford and Ms. McGraw said. The growth just in this school year really is commendable. I know a lot of systems haven't seen that, so thank you to the staff and students for making that happen. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very informative. I just wanted to respond and agree with one of the points that you made, Dr. Jones, which is that that instructional time during our hour lunches or activity periods is absolutely critical for our students. And like in one of the previous presentations we heard, it might be unstructured, but it's still instructional time nonetheless. And a concern I have is I hope that as we're continuing to move back to normalcy, with the boardroom being set up as it usually is, one of the reasons we transitioned away from the hour lunches was we feared we couldn't contact trace. Well, the school system no longer contact traces, period. And I know there's a large disparity right now, because if you go to X high school, I'm not going to call any high schools out, but I know this is a fact. If you go to X high school, you go through your entire school day and you have no opportunity for that outside of class experience to get help on homework or be it an extracurricular club. Versus if you go to Y high school, you get either an activity period or an even greater length of time. And I know of some schools where students have even had to sacrifice their lunches to meet basic needs like talking to counselors or researching college issues. And I understand that that was the way it had to be when we were contact tracing and trying to keep a head count on our students. But now I view it as, a thing of the past that is just carrying over. And I know it might be difficult to re-implement this far into the year, but I strongly disagree with the stance that this should be a high school to high school decision. This needs to be standardized, and I don't think this board should accept anything less than all of our students, or at least all of our high schoolers, having the same level of access and opportunity to these experiences. But I fully agree that this is instrumental to bridging some of these gaps that we see. Thank you.
Well taken.
I just wanted to agree with Ian.
Can you speak up a little bit, put the microphone closer?
I wanted to agree with Ian because specifically at my high school, St. Charles, we have a 30-minute lunch period and no activity period. That doesn't leave much time to meet with a teacher. So I hope there is some type of county-wide implementation where lunches are longer, or there's some type of way we can meet with teachers, because I can't spend my 30 minutes when I'm supposed to eat and socialize meeting with a teacher. And not all problems within the classroom can be handled in a 30-minute time period. I would also like to ask, are you guys, it wasn't one of the points, but is there going to be an effort made to provide more graduation requirement classes during the summer? Because some students transfer in outside of counties where classes like personal financial literacy aren't required. And that messes up their schedule and opportunity to take classes that are more so in their expertise or something they would like to major in the future.
Did you ask about personal financial literacy being offered for original credit in the summer? Was that your question? I think I missed the beginning. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so personal financial literacy is offered for original credit in the summer, and we are working to expand every year options. This summer, we're looking at additional math options as we look to expand our early college program, which it's a requirement to get into early college that students have successfully passed Algebra 2 with a grade of C or better. And so as we look to bring early college eventually down to the 11th grade, we'll want to make that more accessible to students. So we're looking to add some original credit math courses to the summer as well. So yes, we are working on that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, Ms. McGraw?
No questions, just comment. I think I like the second section, this portion that you just presented, because it's good for us to know the programs are working. Because oftentimes you come before us and present the fact that we have a new math program, we have a new reading program, and then we don't hear any more about it. So this is now proof in the pudding that those that you brought before us are beginning to work, so we need to stay the course. I also want to make a comment about the early reading intervention that's going on, and specifically what Mrs. Sorsby did, because I have always been an advocate of early intervention. And to sit down with all the kindergarten teachers and go through the data analysis, the teachers then know what to do with that information, and it makes it, much more likely that the kids are going to be successful. So we have to make sure we don't lose Miss Sorsby. Not that she's going away.
Most definitely.
Or any of our other content specialists for that matter, because I think you're doing a fine job. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowell. Ms. Wilson?
A lot of moving parts here, and I'm circling through what my colleagues and the student members, I'm trying to get the grasp around that 30 minutes. 30 minutes can go really quickly. And so I think most definitely we need to take a look at how we can consistently support that. A quick question I have is, are any of these initiatives or programs grant dependent, and are we, if so, are we in jeopardy of losing funding for that and having to reapply? Because that has been a problem in the past, where we have a program and you love it, you apply for the grant, and then it expires, and then the grant is no longer, and I don't know if you can answer that question. And then the other thing is planning time and sharing success. I had the good fortune as a layperson pre-COVID to sit in on a planning session with a group of teachers, and it was from a military person. It was a tactical operation, and I gained the utmost respect for how important planning time is, and especially what you're showing right here. That is, planning time is a cornerstone to this. So apparently you're having some success in supporting planning time, and would the teachers agree with that? So I knew I threw a couple things out there at you.
So let's start with the grant funding. So our core programs are not provided through grant funding. They were through general funds, and they're sustainable at this point in time. We have everything. We do sometimes have to order consumables that are used every year, but that's not as significant a fee as implementing a whole program. So some of the things that we mentioned that were funded through ESSER or are being funded currently through other grants are the tutoring, FEV and Amplified. There was a specific tutoring grant, a supplemental grant, and that does run for 3 years. So we will have that for a number of years, and we are trying to kind of, pace out how we use it so it will extend, but that comes from a grant. And the iReady assessment, and I believe we have a 3-year contract for that right now, but that was actually purchased out of ESSER funding also. So after 3 years, we would have to find a way to renew that subscription. And I can't think of anything else.
No, that's it.
Okay.
What we presented today.
As to the planning time, I have been in a lot of planning sessions too, and they are tactical experiences. I don't think many teachers feel they have enough to be very honest, when we had no Wednesday instruction last year and teachers got to really delve in, even virtually, and do planning, sometimes we had the entire social studies team for the whole system that got to come together and brainstorm, the whole fourth grade team. But you really got to delve in and do some long-range planning, some discussion on the curriculum, et cetera. They loved that. So in general, teachers, I believe, at the elementary level, they get about 45 or 50 minutes of planning a week. And that's individual planning. Some schools, especially maybe smaller schools, find a way to give them additional planning at some grade levels so they can do team planning, collaborative planning together. But I don't think they have enough opportunity for that. And there are also opportunities where they can do that after school, and we can offer them a stipend. But then what you have to count on is that the whole team is available and willing to stay Thursday from 4 to 6. And sometimes people have daycare, et cetera, and they just can't make that happen. So I mean, you can speak to the other levels, but I don't think that in general teachers feel they have enough time to do collaborative planning and data analysis together.
Just jump in on one thing you said, I think you said 45 minutes per week, and so just so we clear that up, 45 minutes per day. And so.
Sorry.
Yes. So with that, at the elementary level in particular.
I know what you meant.
And we really encourage and try to ensure that principals are doing all they can with their master scheduling to ensure that all the grade levels have common planning time. It sometimes gets a little bit tricky with your special educators, getting them all common planning time at the same time. That can be challenging, but we certainly support that. And when special educators aren't able to have their common planning time together, it's encouraged that they are a part of a team, a grade level team, where they can still be participating with the common planning. That's a big encouragement that we have for principals when they're master scheduling. But that was per day. Yes.
At the secondary level, at the middle school level anyways, team planning is very structured and organized and very, it's well led by ILT, and so it is very strategic. Unfortunately, this year, many of our ILT members have been pulled to cover classes, and so there are other things going on there that prevents them from being able to meet as they have done in years past. At the high school level, it's difficult to be able to schedule teachers together in common planning. So that becomes an issue, but so they don't, back in the day, we used to be able to do that, I think, more so than we're able to do it now.
But the value of it is tremendous. We recognize that.
And I do have to add that even some teachers who have just the minimum 230 or 240 minutes, whatever it is, will voluntarily give up one of their days to go attend team planning and not have their individual planning because they find it that valuable to them. So, I mean, I think that's admirable.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very good report. Textbook time.
Good afternoon. So a month ago, we were in front of you introducing our textbooks. So I had Principles and Practices of Barbering from Milady. It has spent the last month out here in the lobby and then also at Robert D. Steedham Educational Center for review. I had about 13 comments. I would say reading through and analyzing, they were all very, very positive. Things from it being a well-organized, smart format, easy to follow, visual supports, step-by-step. a lot of means of representation. So there's always pictures to support the text and things like that. So that was really the input that I received as it's been on display. So
All those comments came from outside of the school system?
they
or
did
you don't
not.
know?
I
Okay.
got none from outside the school system. So then I did ask people to review in both of those locations. Mm-hmm.
And hello again. I presented to you the illustrative math for the high school levels, the Algebra 1, and then later on the geometry and the Algebra 2. I actually only received 3 responses. They were 2 teachers and 1 parent. They did have some concerns with the rigor and the engagement of the resources, which is understandable. It is a very rigorous curriculum, but I think in order to move our students from where they are now to where they really need to be, Common Core state standards are very rigorous. So to move our students to get to the levels that we need to, we have to teach rigorous curriculum. It's very student-centered. I'll help our teachers through professional development with differentiation with the materials and the resources themselves.
Questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Fellow board members, we're okay to keep going? I didn't hear a no, so if we could have Commissioner Heim.
Break time. Can we get up and leave?
If you'd like, I was going to have Mr. Heim do this and then take a break.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we were supposed to have a break at 2:45.
I know. So I'm trying to catch us up a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Fortunately, we just have a short oral presentation, so the project status update was updated to board docs. Let's have one note, actually 2 notes I'd like to make quickly. One positive, we got the 90% projected funding for the FY23 CIP, and we are projected to get $22.9 million. When we got the 75% projected funding back in December, we were only projected to get $8.6 million. So we are very excited to be potentially receiving this additional money for our various projects for our CIP request for FY23. And one other quick note was back in January, we gave a brief presentation on the stop arm red light runner for buses. That enforcement began on January 17th, and during the month of February, the Charles County Sheriff's Office reviewed 1,267 possible violations with 989 actual citations issued during the month of February.
Good.
So, not positive that many violations are occurring, but it is good to see that there is enforcement, and hopefully, as we continue, we'll get monthly notifications from Bus Patrol and the Sheriff's Office on the actual number of violations. So hopefully, as public awareness continues and the fines are dished out, we'll see a decrease in the number of those violations occurring at bus stops. And then quickly turn over to Mr. Steve Andrews, our Director of Planning and Construction, for some just quick notes on some projects.
Just to highlight a few facts for you guys, we have bid 5 projects since the last time we were up here to visit with you. We have 2 more going out on the street in the month of March, so we'll have updates for you on those. It's been a very busy season for us. We do have several of the projects we bid in this last month duration that are going to be funded through MSA, which is Built to Learn funds. So we will be bringing before you in the near future the Memorandum of Understanding. It is now a revised Memorandum of Understanding that is a 3-party agreement between Charles County Public Schools, Maryland Stadium Authority, and Charles County government. So we'll be bringing that forward to you. But we are excited that we've got some work really starting to happen. We also have some ESSER funded work that's going on that is bidding now that will be going on as well. So it has become a very active season for us right now. So, and hopefully that is reflected as you see in the project status. So just general overview comments and any questions you might have.
No questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so can we take a very quick break? Be back at 3:40. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue now with a legislative update from Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you. We've passed the halfway point of the session. I think by this time next week, we're going to have a very good sense of which bills we'll be moving and which won't. I'm going to highlight just a few bills that we're following very closely. This is certainly not an exhaustive list. MAVE does put out a report every week with the bills they're following. So if you have any questions about other bills, we can certainly address that at the end. The first bill I want to highlight is Senate Bill 916, House Bill 739. This is the bill that would set up a work group to study the P3, the public-private partnership for Charles County Public Schools, similar to the one that's in Prince George's County currently. The study group would have representation from the Senate, the delegates, commissioners, Board of Education, as well as the chair of the IAC and others. So this work group is got its work cut out for it. It's going to be staffed by Charles County Public Schools, our staff, and it will be reporting back out by December. So it's a very, very short turnaround. This bill has not been heard yet in either the House or the Senate. The hearings are scheduled for next week in both the House and Senate committees. But since it's a delegation bill and sponsored by our delegation, it's probably going to move forward. So we'll have to see if that actually comes to pass. The next bill I want to mention is Senate Bill 640, House Bill 1426. This bill deals with maintenance of effort and altering the current requirements for the minimum maintenance of effort that the county governments have to provide to local boards of education. This bill would set up 3 different calculations for maintenance of effort and require that the counties fund local boards at the highest of the 3 levels. It doesn't affect every county in the state equally, but just focusing on Charles County, our current maintenance of effort under current law, the calculation under current law, is $193.6 million. If this bill were to pass, the new calculation would be $200.7 million. So again, it's about a $7 million increase. That $200.7 million represents actually what we received last year from the county. The calculation is under current law goes down to 193.6 because last year the state passed a law that held school systems harmless for reduced enrollment. So our maintenance of effort actually would drop under current law from 200 million to about 193 million. This bill would put us back up to the $200 million level. This is got a lot of support in Annapolis. The problem is, though, that since it affects school systems around the county, around the state differently, and there's a disagreement between MSDE and the Department of Legislative Services as to how to actually calculate maintenance of effort. The numbers don't quite match. The General Assembly is trying to figure that out before they would move forward with this bill. I'm hopeful the bill would actually move forward in the end. But regardless, even if the bill passes and maintenance of effort is put up to $200 million, that still wouldn't solve our needs because that is, again, the minimum that we received last year. We need well above that to continue operations. House Bill 1450 deals with the blueprint. I think I've mentioned before that we're not expecting there to be massive changes to the blueprint that passed last session and the session before. But what this bill does is change some of the dates that are in the blueprint. Specifically, it would extend the timeline for local boards of education to submit local plans to meet the blueprint. Currently, we're required to have that plan in by June of 2022. This would extend it to March of 2023. So we're hopeful this bill will pass. I think it will actually pass. Senate Bill 617, House Bill 547 deals with digital tools and access for students to digital tools used in our schools. The bill has been worked on for several years, and Mabe and Pazam have worked very much closely with the advocates and legislative staff trying to get this bill in a format that we can live with, if not support. Right now, the form of the bill is about halfway to what we would like to see, and it has actually passed the Senate with a lot of the changes that we have suggested be added to the bill. It's now heading to the House. We'll see what the House does with it. We're expecting this bill to pass, but we're hopeful that the House will agree to some additional amendments that we're looking to add. And the last bill I want to mention briefly is Senate Bill 119, House Bill 84, deals with crimes on school grounds and the application of the law that currently exists in the education article that actually makes it a crime to disrupt school activities. And what this bill does is it would make it so that that crime in the education article would not apply to students. It would apply to others who come onto our school grounds. The idea is to not criminalize student behavior. So if a student misbehaves on school grounds, the law would say we would handle that as a school matter. We wouldn't discipline the child by referring it to the SRO for the disruption for the student to be criminally charged. It does not mean that the student has free access to do whatever the student wants. If the student violates any other crime, any other law, for example, bringing a weapon to school ground or threatening other individuals or other violations of law, the student could still be charged. This bill simply just says they can't be charged under the education article as a disruption to school activities, which is a area of the law that's not often used. We don't use it very often, but it's a tool. That bill has passed the House and Senate in slightly different forms. I imagine that they'll get together and fix that discrepancy, and the bill will pass. So I'm available to answer questions about those bills or any others that you have questions about.
I have one quick one. So the bill pertaining to the maintenance of effort, is that something that we as a board should vocally support to our delegation, or wait to see what happens if it makes it further in the process?
It's up to the board. If the board wants to contact the delegation, we can certainly do that on the board's behalf and let the delegation know that we're in support of that bill. But just also let the delegation know that that bill doesn't solve our funding needs. It just raises it back up to what we received last year.
But there is the potential that if this didn't pass, that we would take a huge hit.
There is that potential, correct. And there's also the potential that the commissioners will fund us at the same level as last year and claim the $7 million increase in education funding, which they could claim under this bill, and yet we would still get the same amount of money we got last year, which wouldn't help us. It would help us some, but not as much as we need.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
All right, moving along to the next item on the agenda.
All right.
We have several policies that are at the report stage for the board to consider. We reported these to the board last week at our work session as an information item, and at this time we can certainly review them for any comments or discussion the board would like to have about them. We can take these individually, and then the series we can take it as a group. The first bill I'm going to bring forward is the first policy is policy 9123, dealing with a student board member. Again, this policy will fill in the gaps that are currently in law about the role of the student board member and how that's actually implemented for us. So if there are any questions, we can certainly discuss that.
Again, we saw all these at our work session. Student?
Student body.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Just if you get the microphone close, it's fine.
Supporting the removal of the bill would give there would be a lot of support from the student body. I just wanted to add that.
Removing this. Oh.
But just so I understood, you're in favor of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And again, this will come back as an action item at the next board meeting in April. The next policy is policy 5116.5. This is all new language concerning pregnant and parenting students. This policy is required by state law and MSDE. This policy does not have all the details that will be added in the superintendent's rule to flesh this out for us, but this policy is the minimum that's required by MSDE and state law.
Questions from any board members? Okay, and this will come back
And
as
we'll
an
come back
action item.
in April as well. The next policy is similarly, similar, the bullying policy harassment 5117. This replaces the current 5117 with new version of the language that again is required by state law and MSDE. It updates the language, and again, the details will be in the superintendent's rule that will follow.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Next.
The next, I'm going to handle the 2000 series policy as a whole. These policies deal with the administration of the school system. There are numerous policies as part of this. This was updated as necessary through a committee with Mr. Lucas and Ms. Battle Lockhart. Again, reported to the board as a report, as an information item at the work session. Now as a report item. If the board wants to go one by one, or we could take that as a whole, this will be coming back as an action item at the next board meeting.
So as Mr. Schwartz said, Ms. Battle Lockhart and myself, and thanks very much with help from Mr. Heim and Mr. Andritz, have offered suggested changes to the 2000 series and 7000 series policy. I think this is short enough. My preference, please, let's just very quickly start, and if anyone has questions, we'll start with 2000, and specifically 2100. If there's any questions from any board members. Great. Seeing none. 2111, it's just a minor change. Yes, Ms. Abel?
Since this is the second time we're seeing this, do we need to go page by page?
Well, I'd just like to go in order. So if you have a question, I don't want to go back and forth through the policy. So does anyone have any questions at all on the 2000 series policy?
I don't.
None. Just want to give everyone ample opportunity. Okay, so if there's no questions on the 2000, then this will come back before us at the next meeting.
Do you want to proceed to the 7000 series?
Yes, please. Yep.
If the board wants to do this as a whole as well, we can certainly do it that way.
So, Ms. McGraw, you had a question last time that,
I just didn't understand the language,
and I'm gonna
7211.
let me offer a little background on that. So, and you know, there's an effort to sometimes try to build schools that don't last as long, because in the short term it costs less money, but if you look at the long term, if you can build a school that lasts 50 or 60 years, it's more cost effective to do that than to pay a little less for something that only lasts 20 years. And there's cases around the state where the quality of these schools has shown itself in very short order. So the language here to provide the educational integrity to deliver instruction. So not only in having programs at school, but you know, having a school that literally isn't going to fall apart in a short period of time. So, you want to build quality schools. So that's what that language attempted to convey.
I guess what I was thrown about delivering instruction, a building delivering instruction. It just got hung up on that. But
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
is available for instruction? I don't know, but delivering instructions was awkward to me, and that's all. It could be fine. You can leave it
That-
the way it is.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions on anything in the 7,000 series? So,
So we'll come back at the April meeting for a final action for the board for all of these policies.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. If you'd hold on just 1 second.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, Ms. Schwartz.
Yes.
If you could you stand by before you go?
Sure.
So just to be clear, policy 7230, new constructions and naming of schools. Okay, the intent of that and the wording of this is that a school could be named for a person, not necessarily of historical significance to Charles County. I just want that to be clear to everyone. In the way that it's worded, it may not come across that way. All right, just so that's clear.
Okay.
You could have gone, you could have saved 20 seconds, so. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, at this time, is there any unfinished business? Ms. Abel?
I had a note here. I was just looking for an update on the inclement weather plan that we were supposed to submit to MSDE.
We submitted and got approval from the plan. Mr. Lowndes presented to the board, I think when I wasn't
Okay.
here. We did submit it, and I received approval, I believe, last week. I can forward in the transmittal, the form that we submitted and the approval letter.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. It's a good catch. Any other unfinished business? Any new business? Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And I think this is a good time to address this issue. And I know you and I had actually spoke on this issue last week. And we heard about it from Mr. Heil today, the issue of our staff and educators and all of our staff that have exhausted their leave due to situations that we as a system have put them in. I think we really need to have a serious discussion on how we can, whatever we can do to help our employees out. We really need to find a way to do that. Without our staff, we would not have come this far. And I think we owe them something, whatever we can do. And I think that starts with a discussion with us as a board on what our options are, on what we can do. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Hancock, and what I was going to suggest, if it's the will of the board, and if I understand all the discussion that I've heard, we're trying to make sure that we get people through the end of this school year. And so there are people that have exhausted their leave, and in large part due to COVID and because they did the right thing, they had symptoms, and I'm just giving a generalized case, but they'd had symptoms, so they stayed home a couple days, they got a test, and test came back negative, right? So they had to burn leave while they waited for that test, and yet they were still negative. As Mr. Heil said this morning, and all of us, 3 years ago, if we had a runny nose and a little sore throat, we just would tough it out and come to work. And we're asking that staff, not do that, to take care of themselves and take care of the people they work with. So for me anyway, I think what I would appreciate seeing is, as a starting point, and this is something that if we did choose to go forward, would have to happen kind of quickly, because again, we're trying to get people through the end of the year, but exactly how many people have exhausted leave? And so that's the starting point, I think, to see how many people we're talking about. And then you can go back in the past 2 years and see when they've taken these chunks of leave that historically they've never taken. And I don't know that we code teachers when they're absent. They're just absent because they're sick, and we don't necessarily know if they had COVID or not. They may have told somebody, but if it's that actually coded that way, and I know it's a difficult job, but I think as a starting point, if we could just, again, the will of the board, just get to see how many, in a number, how many of staff have exhausted their leave. And then that would give us a basis for potentially moving forward to see what we could do for those folks who, later this year, they may have to take leave, not necessarily for COVID, but for something else. But because of COVID, they've exhausted it all. They have to go to the doctor, the dentist, or take their kids. So that's what I would ask of the superintendent. Ms. Abel.
With all due respect, I believe that's a future agenda item, not new business. And if it's the will of the board to move forward to direct the superintendent to do so, I would like to see the dollar signs attached to that with her recommendation.
Sure, and I think we can't answer yet. We have to see how many people could be affected, and then we could start from there.
Because the same thing has affected private industry as well. It's not just our teachers.
I agree, but the argument I would make there, and this is someone who worked through COVID, like many people, not all people, but many people, you were working from home. So if you were sick, you didn't necessarily have to take any leave. You could get your job done at home, even though you were sick, and maybe you wouldn't have come in. And so that's the big difference that I see. We and especially under the SOP, we're asking staff to take care of themselves and to not come in when they're, could potentially compromise people and get them sick. And so and as I said, during COVID, we in as much directed them to stay home if they had symptoms and wait for a test result. And many times that result would come back negative, but they burn that leave waiting for all that. So that's where I would say the difference is between teachers and anyone else that had to come in en masse. Most places in the past 2 years, I can attest to the federal government, people were coming in en masse. They were working from home. So that's where I think the difference is. But your point about the budgetary impact is, absolutely valid. But I think we need to see how many people we're talking about. And then I would certainly be, again, if it's the will of the board, hear a recommendation from the superintendent. And then from there, we could have further discussion. But again, that would have to happen pretty quickly, certainly by the end of the month. Ms. Battle Lockhart.
Just for the sake of clarity, now we were virtual for quite some time. So are we considering this is once we came back or while we were virtual, just for clarity's sake? Or just the whole, because you keep saying the 2 years.
Well, I think we're looking at people who, the starting point is who has no leave now.
Yeah.
And then you can go back 2 years and say, and see who took leave in these kind of big chunks where historically they never did that. Okay, because we don't have any direct way, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. We don't have a direct way to know if someone was out on leave if they had COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we may know, but we wouldn't necessarily know. And again, there's people that were out with COVID. There's people that were out caring for people who had COVID, and adjudicating that admittedly gets a little tough.
Yeah, no, I'm just referring to the time frame where we're at in the virtual state. And everybody was
Correct,
virtual.
yes.
I just wanted to make sure, that to bring, for the sake of everybody listening.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're gonna address that. I think, in my mind, if we were all virtual, would that apply as well? Or we're focusing when they came back and had to be here in person and go through that journey, and you exhaust those PTO times then. I just want to make sure we consider that thought process when we're figuring this out, how to resolve the problem.
Again, just for me, and Mr. Hancock may have a different opinion. For me, it's, you look at people right now, today, that have no leave, and then you go back 2 years to see if they took leave due to COVID. And that's where it gets kind of hard, and I know Dr. Navarro wants to talk. I've heard 3 sighs already.
I still have one more question.
Yeah.
Maybe before she gets off. The legislation that provided COVID leave relief ended in July of 2021. So I don't know that we need to go back prior to July 2021 to look at leave taken. Also, we have to be very careful when this comes before us, if that's the will of the board, if we could also have Mr. Schwartz input on this regarding, we got to make sure that we're not being arbitrary with this, and we're opening ourselves up to lawsuits. What if teachers took off because they care for an elderly parent that had COVID? And, we're getting deep into the weeds here. And I think that's why a lot of private industry has chosen not to go this path. And when they have the presentation later, we can discuss other options that some private industry and organizations have taken outside of just giving leave, such as loaning leave. So you can go ahead and go into the negative on your leave, and you're not penalized for that. Or other options as opposed to just giving leave and possibly opening yourself up to arbitration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McGraw?
Just as part of the conversation, I would also like to know what efforts have been already put into place by the board, if any.
I'm sorry, put in place by?
If the board made any efforts already to address this, the leave.
The board?
Not the board. I'm sorry.
You mean central office?
I didn't have a long enough break, Mr. Lucas. I couldn't. I would like to know, what efforts the system has put into place already, if any, to address the issue.
Any other comments? So if it's okay with my fellow board members, I'm sorry, did you need to say anything?
No, I just want to make sure that I'm very clear on the ask and then the timetable for what kind of decision needs to be made. I do have a little bit of historical data, if it's helpful to the board around, because what I'm hearing about is just individuals who are out of leave. but I also heard Ms. McGraw in general talking about what did we do this year in terms of COVID leave, which is two different things. They could be influencing one or the other. So if it's helpful, I can put it all together for the board. I can give you some information about just the numbers of individuals who are out of leave. And then I just want to get some clarification, and I actually may need, I need to go back with our staff to look to see if the data analysis that you're mentioning about the reasons why individuals took leave, or the periods of time, the chunks of time, if we actually would know why they did that. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
saying no.
I'm not sure that we would know that. I don't think our systems, I'm not sure if it's taking care of my ailing parent just because of another medical reason versus because of a COVID reason. And so I wouldn't be able to get specific data back to the board. But I can share the COVID leave numbers now, or I can bring it all together if that's what you would like.
I think one, knowing how many people are out of leave,
Mhm.
and then if you're able, well, you're certainly able to see how many of those people in the past year, going back to Ms. Abel's comment about we had a tool through
July.
ESSER, right, to pay for people on leave. So how many of those people that have no leave in the past year took chunks of leave, 3, 5, or 7 days? Because that's typically what you're gonna see.
Okay.
And then we can have a discussion from there, going forward about any possibilities of helping them through the rest of the school year.
And budgetary implications of doing so.
Yeah, just 1 second, Ms. Acton. I think the budgetary actions are it depends what it is we'd like to do, if anything.
That's where the superintendent's recommendation would come in.
Sure.
So, and Ms. Acton, you can come up and just make some clarification pieces. The one thing I will say is we looked at the number of people who are out of leave, and we have about half the numbers that we did before COVID happened. So we actually have less people with without leave than we did before COVID happened. So I want to make sure that you don't also associate the fact that we had COVID happening with more individuals out of leave, which we
Have not seen.
give out. So it's actually half the number, or more than, or less than half the number than it was in previous years, as you think about it. So it's a little bit tricky to then unpack this. I'm sorry, Karen.
So it would be extremely manual to take each of the people that are out of leave right now and see whether they had a chunk of time that they were out of leave in previous years. But what I could tell you is whether they were out of leave in total. Just look at the numbers in total. Were they out of leave in previous years? We can't include, I don't think we should be including last year, which was virtual. To your point, I don't think that people didn't have to take leave. But if you go back to the 2018, 2019, or 2017, 18, but if the people were not employed with us then, obviously, there's nothing to compare to. But I could give you that information if they have a pattern of being out of leave. We just don't really have a system that allows me to give you the kind of data that you're looking for on these particular people that are out right now. I know who's out, but I can't tell you, as you said, I can't tell you whether they were out because they had a surgery of some sort, or whether they, I don't know why they were out.
You have a number?
Of people that are out?
Yes.
62. And of those, 33 are certificated.
33 are certificated?
So maybe we can give that was my question. Would you like to get, we went back and looked at a couple of years worth of data, not taking the year that we were virtual, to do that. So for example, in school year 17-18, we had 120 staff members who were out of leave, out of which 94 of them were certificated. In 18-19, we had 142 staff out of leave, of which 101 of them were certificated. And then this year, we had 62 staff members that were out of leave, out of which 33 were certificated. That doesn't answer your question about what we've done with COVID leave, but I know that the out of leave is a little bit different.
Well,
Ms. McGraw?
I also want to be clear, are we looking at every employee? I hope.
We're looking,
Yes, so
Okay.
this also includes
Good.
AFSCME employees that are out because there are,
Good,
as
'cause
I
that's-
said here, only part of these are certificated.
All right.
So,
Mr. Chair?
so I think, go ahead. Do you have,
So hearing these numbers, I really don't see a need to proceed because we're lower than we were pre-COVID.
I don't know that I would agree with that. It's who is lower, okay? I mean, I can make an argument, and for my comments before, where when people were virtual, they didn't have to take leave.
Right.
So, where a year they may have taken a few days, they were just, staying home and doing their thing like a lot of people were doing. So, I think there's still some people, and it's probably newer employees that don't have a lot of leave built up. Again, just my guess. I mean, if it's 62 people, can we see, go back 3 years and see, how much leave they took in that year, our last normal year?
Yes, that's what I said. I can take those 62 people and say for those 2 years, whether they were out of leave or whether they had a balance, assuming they were employed with us at
Sure.
that time.
I mean,
I can do that, yeah.
understand that's still a lot of typing in the keyboard, but it's not an inordinate amount of people. Is that okay with my fellow board members? And the superintendent can report back to us? Yes.
I just have a question about your request and timing. You asked for it before the end of the month. Is it realistic? Because we're asking them to do something in addition to their normal work. So is this something that's labor intensive that you would need a little bit more time than a couple of weeks?
It is definitely manual, because we don't have our ERP system that I would like to have.
I didn't want to go there.
But
I think it's unfair to think.
Yeah, Miss Abel.
I personally don't want to task staff to do this because the numbers are lower.
I agree, but again, I think
Especially if they have to do it manually.
I think there's a reason. Well, I mean, if it's 62 people, then perhaps the superintendent could recommend something, even absent of doing a data dive, to see what those people had historically done. And you could certainly see of those 62 people how many are new. I would think that would be very easy to do.
yes.
So, if, Dr. Navarro, would you be willing to bring a recommendation back to the board?
I would do whatever the board would like me to do in looking at this specific for the out of leave question. And so I just
Okay.
need to know what you want me to do.
No, I mean, that's fair. Again, for me, and again, I appreciate the fact that it takes a little time.
No question.
Yes, Ms.
Just for
Madeleine.
clarity, the 62 people, is that within this last year?
Yes, it's this school year.
Okay.
They are currently out of leave.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, no, because we give everybody their leave right as they start. We don't prorate it versus, so everybody walks in with all their leave. And so, yes, we wouldn't increase this number. It's already sort of topped out, right, Karen? Yeah.
Ms. Sable?
Is there a way to let them go into the negative into the next year to pay back, like private industry is doing? That way we're not being arbitrary by giving additional leave to some employees and not others.
I assume that we can do that if that's the will of the board. I don't know I don't know the legal stuff, but yes, if you tell me to do that, we can do that.
Mr. Schwartz is saying yes.
Mr. Schwartz didn't say no, so.
He's nodding his head yes.
And the one thing that I would point out, I think that I would also still want to give you a financial impact, because if those people don't renew, those are dollars
Sure.
we don't get back.
So what some private industry has done and organizations, if they are given that additional leave and allowed to go into the negative, they have to sign a document or like a contract that they will continue to work for the company until those hours are paid back, or they have to reimburse the cost of those hours when they leave.
Yeah, I was nodding yes, and I can certainly look into that, because I was not
Oh,
wanting
okay.
to give a legal answer like, yes, it's absolutely.
Okay.
But we can certainly look into that if that's the will of the board.
I think, Ms. Hancock?
Thank you. Personally, I think that's a pretty good idea from an economical standpoint, and also perhaps achieving the goal we're trying to achieve. And when I brought this up, I just think we need to make a good faith effort to at least look into what we can do and what it's going to cost. I think the reason that I agree with what I believe Mr. Lucas was saying about the numbers possibly being down was because we went through a full year where everything was virtual, where you didn't really have to take off for the typical normal things you would in a normal year. We were among the first people to ask and mandate our employees to return to work and put them in these positions. I think we just need to make a good faith effort to see what we can do, see what it's going to cost. And perhaps what Mrs. Abel has recommended is the way to go. But I think we owe it to our employees to see what we can do.
And it can be a one-time thing, one-year thing because of COVID this year.
Ms. McGraw?
So given this discussion, without being specific, Dr. Navarro, could we ask that she come to us with a recommendation regarding the whole situation of leave? I mean, I really don't like the idea of asking staff to have to do extra work that we're not going to really use. But we understand that this is a question that should be addressed. So I trust that our superintendent would take the information that she heard today and come back with us with a recommendation. That's just my suggestion.
All right, thank you. Set, I'm seeing a lot of head nodding.
I agree with that.
You good?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I will hone in and focus on the out of leave and bring forward a recommendation just for timing purposes, because I did hear that this is a time urgent piece. How would the board like to receive my recommendation? And then if there's any interest to act on it, I guess the board would call a meeting or,
If you could forward it to the, if this is okay, forward your recommendation to the board in a separate email, not associated with a weekly update or anything. And then if there's a need for a meeting, we can have a meeting. That's okay for her to send to the board, correct?
We can't make a decision that way, though.
Correct.
Can
She
we
can
just
update the
bring it
board on the
forward at the
information.
work session?
Well, we may need to do it, we'll have it at a meeting, be it at the work session or something before that, but we can have the we can have the information beforehand, as we would with anything.
Yes, but the work session is in 2 weeks.
3 weeks, right? That's what I was looking at my calendar. It's the 28th,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
The latest would be the work session, but yeah, that's probably a reasonable time anyway.
okay.
Okay? All right, thanks, everybody. let's, if we can, you see on the agenda, the public forum format. Did Ms. Mackey want to talk about that, or would you like me to talk about that?
I would like both Eric and Shelley to come up. I just want to make sure that we stay within the bounds of what we're supposed to be talking about. And then, Mr. Lucas, if you want to bring it up per our check-in.
Sure. So during COVID, we offered the ability to provide public comment virtually, which I thought was a very good idea. So now we're back to the state we are now, and the question is, would we still like to provide that opportunity to provide public comment virtually? Ms. Abel.
Motion to continue virtual comments.
Second.
So it would be a
To provide
hybrid, it would be in-person and
Hybrid.
virtual, correct?
Yes, continue the virtual portion.
So a motion was made by Ms. Abel to continue a hybrid version of public comment.
Second.
Well, there was
I
a.
think Ms. Battle Lockhart was there, but that's fine. Any further discussion, Mr. Hancock?
Yep, thank you. And not to drag this out, I think there should be a hybrid. Do we want to consider putting a cap on how many people we would allow, or we're just going to just let it go? Because, I mean, anybody can come in here now, so, I mean.
It's never
just a
did
suggestion.
it before. That,
No, I
yeah.
don't think we should.
Okay, just a thought.
No, appreciate it. Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Hurd?
So I have a question about how we're conducting the registrations, because I know previously you could walk in right before public comment started in this boardroom and sign up. So what is that going to look like today, and then is it different for virtual in the future?
So for today's meeting, we followed the same format where we required speakers to register in advance. So they would have had to register by yesterday. It's the Monday before the board's monthly meetings at 4 o'clock.
And that was out of a technical need, right? So that we could set up and figure out how many people we'd have on the Zoom.
Yeah.
So my opinion is that we should allow in-person speakers to sign up right before. They should be able to walk in. This is their boardroom, and I think they have a right to make those comments, but I agree with continuing that for technical reasons for virtual, but I think that distinction should be made.
So I think,
I just was gonna pick, it was at 5:30. They had to sign up by 5:30 before COVID. So I don't see what's the big, we should go back to that. But I'm saying I'm okay with the virtual one, but for the in-person, there's always sign in by 5:30.
It was by 6.
Six, I think it was six.
6.
I would,
As someone who signed up for public
No, we would have the form out there until that clock hit 6, then we would yank it from people as they were trying to sign up. 6 o'clock had been the deadline. We were strict about that enforcement.
yeah, I would, whatever time, I would make it just slightly before 6, just because there is a little bit of logistics in lining up everybody. So it'd be at 5:30 or 5:45, but Mr. Hurd's point is a valid one. Any further? Yes.
So just to be clear, about the vote that you're about to take, it is about having the option of the hybrid and allowing in-person to sign up by 5:45, for example, and then if you're going to sign up virtually, to sign up by
4 p.m. the day before.
4 p.m. the day before. Just want to make sure we capture on the record those
That,
specifics.
The working day before.
Yeah, the time frame gives us time to test Zoom so that we don't have any technical issues, which we had, not last month, but the prior month. But it takes a little
Everybody
bit of time
forgot
to set
about
it
that,
up.
Shelley.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to hurry up, so Mr. Hurd.
I just think it should be 6 p.m. It should be the way it always was for in-person. So I disagree with 5:45, and that's where I stand.
Any other comments? Sir?
Just a quick question, so in-person speakers can still register in advance as well? Is that
I would think so.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, sorry. So there's a motion on the floor, and we had discussion.
So the motion did not include the time. There's going to have to be
Correct.
another
So,
motion.
so is that something that would be, is that
I think staff knows
is that a
what we
day-to-day
want.
operation and the responsibilities,
I'm
superintendent?
hearing two different times from the board. We would like to get clarity from the board, so please, whatever time you settle on, let us know. It's your public forum.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to include public forum, sign up in person by 6 p.m. the day of the meeting, and virtual sign up by 4 p.m. the business day prior to the meeting.
Very good. So that amendment was made.
And if I could just,
Yes.
one clarity, I'm sorry to say this, we have had public forum at different times when the meeting is held at different times. So we could say at the beginning of public
At the
forum, whatever
beginning of
time it's set, that's when the last moment they could sign up. So typically it would be 6 o'clock on an average.
Okay.
So for that clarity.
So,
At the time of public forum for
Correct.
in-person.
okay. So, Ms. Stubblefield, who's taking copious notes virtually, please make the amendment to the motion that the sign-up time for in-person will be cut off at the designated time that public forum is scheduled to begin.
Now we need to vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, so we're voting on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, Ms. Badalaka to
Do you
step
want me
out.
to
So-
repeat it for you?
All right. The amendment passes, so now we're voting on the original motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
To have hybrid.
So that one is unanimous, including Ms. Badalaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Wow, it is good to see everybody out there. Thank you very much. So we're going to start now. This is the recognition time of our meeting, and we're going to start with reading resolutions. And first up is the month of the young child. Miss Jeannie McGraw will read that, and accepting is Marissa McDaniel, who is a kindergarten teacher, and Brinley Sorsby, a kindergarten student, both at Mary B. Neal School. Are they here? Oh, there you go. My son's elementary alma mater. All right.
All righty.
Ms. McGraw?
Board of Education of Charles County, Month of the Young Child, March the 8th, 2022. Whereas April has been designated the Month of the Young Child, and Charles County Public Schools is celebrating with the national theme, Trying Together, and young children in Charles County are valued as early learners with unique needs. And whereas all schools in partnership with public and private agencies and the community recognize and celebrate young children in Charles County. And whereas all children should enter school ready to learn regardless of age, competencies, and particular characteristics. And whereas young children are the future adults of Charles County and must be well prepared to enter our society as lifelong learners and citizens of the community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares April 2022 as the Month of the Young Child in recognition of the well-being of young children in America. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education, Charles County, this 8th day of March 2022, Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
Next, we have National Library Week, and Ms. Tina Wilson will present that resolution. And accepting is Carmen Bellinger, who is a media specialist at La Plata High School, and Timothy Steelman, a media specialist from Theodore G. Davis Middle School.
It's my pleasure to read the resolution for the Board of Education of Charles County. National Library Week, April 3rd through the 9th, 2022. Whereas in 1954, a nonprofit National Book Committee was established between the ALA and the American Book Publishers. And whereas in 1957, the committee developed the idea for National Library Week, hoping that it would motivate people to read and to support libraries. And whereas the National Library Week is a national observance sponsored by the American Library Associations and libraries across the United States and Charles County will celebrate on April 3rd through the 9th of 2022. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes that libraries are accessible and inclusive and foster a sense of belonging and community. And whereas today's library services extend far beyond the four walls of a building to provide access to computers and Wi-Fi, access to internet hotspots and laptops. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain diverse programs and collections to ensure equity of access for all, and whereas libraries offer opportunities to explore new worlds through access to technology, multimedia content, and educational programs, and whereas in times of crises, libraries, librarians, and library workers play an invaluable role in supporting their communities in person and virtually. And whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County proclaims National Library Week, April 3rd through the 9th, 2022, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the March 8th, 2022 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education, Charles County, the 8th day of March, 2022, signed Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Maria Navarro, and Mr. Michael Lucas, Chairperson. If I may take a moment of personal privilege, my favorite librarian in school was Mr. George Hendricks, who had a tremendous influence. And so often we talk about our favorite teacher. He was my favorite librarian, and I'm very thankful.
It's funny you say that. Yeah, please. Because I remember my librarian in elementary school, and her name was Mrs. Gorbanks, and she had something called the Talebearers Club, and I never understood what it was, but I liked it because you answered a bunch of questions and you got prizes, so it was good. All right, next we have National Student Leadership Week, and that's going to be presented by Ms. Tajala Battle Lockhart, and accepting is our own Ian Hurd.
Yay.
Close your eyes and stand in front of me. Just like everybody else, come on, you're no different.
You're being presented. I would like for you to stand up.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know my name is Tajala, by the way.
Tajala.
Anyway, it is an honor
for me to present the resolution. National Student Leadership Week, April 17th through the 23rd, 2022. Whereas many students develop and demonstrate exceptional leadership skills by participating in academic community and co-curricular activities in Charles County Public Schools. And whereas these activities include student government, academic clubs, fine art clubs, and activities, athletics, vocational clubs, and the other organized events. And whereas student leaders such as Ian has provided valuable services to their community, their schools, and the school system. And whereas today's students have the potential to make the world a better place. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education designate the week of April 17th through the 23rd, 2022 National Student Leadership Week. And be it further resolved that the board recognizes and encourage our student leaders throughout the system to be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the March 8th, 2022 board meeting by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 8th day of March 2022. Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Mr. Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
All right, Mr. Jones. Dr. Jones, I apologize.
Well, good evening, Board Chair Lucas, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We have assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I am pleased to present to you 5 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Sabrina Hussein Echeverria, 12th grader from La Plata High School. Jean Rodriguez Perez, 8th grader from Piccowaxen Midle School. Aaron Brooks, 5th grader from Berry Elementary School. Drake Maloney, 5th grader from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School. And Timothy Brown, 5th grader from Eva Turner Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. So we will invite to the microphone first from La Plata High School, Principal Douglas Dolan. Mr. Dolan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lucas, Vice Chair Wilson, board members, and Dr. Navarro. It gives me great pleasure to represent La Plata High School. And we would like to recognize 12th grader Sabrina Hussein Echeverria for academic achievement. And she got on me. I knew I was going to mess that up. Sabrina is currently completing the capstone course in the Project Lead the Way biomedical program. She has impeccable attendance, and her outstanding work ethic and drive have helped her achieve a 4.1 GPA. Not only does she work hard in the classroom, Sabrina has volunteered at the Charlotte Hall Veterans Home as a bingo assistant and also volunteered with Delegate Davis's Lunch and Literacy program. She is an active member of the Student Government Association and Key Club and is president of the Minority Student Union, which she also helped start at La Plata High School. Sabrina is a member of the English, Science, and National Technical Honor Societies. She has applied to 22 colleges and universities and is still deciding where she wants to go. Her top choices are Howard, Brown, and the University of Maryland. Sabrina will be a first-generation college student and hopes to pursue degrees in biology and African American studies. She will then continue on to medical school in order to become an obstetrician. Sabrina's teachers and administrators appreciate her hard work in the classroom and know that she will continue to excel in whatever she chooses to do. I would like to thank Sabrina for all she has done during her time at Plata High School. You have made us proud.
We have to get back a normal rhythm
Yes,
now. Yeah.
yes, we do. All right, thank you, Mr. Dolan. Please now welcome to the microphone the principal from Piccowaxen Midle School, Ms. Walanda Thinstead. Ms. Thinstead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lucas, Vice Chair Wilson, and distinguished board members. Jean has demonstrated outstanding academic excellence and achievement since 6th grade by maintaining a 4.0 grade point average since then. He is a member of the phenomenal Piccowaxen volleyball team. Typically a saxophonist, this year he challenged himself to step up and play the tuba. Although he plays the tuba, he continues to play the saxophone in the Piccowaxen Jazz Band. Jean's teachers agree that he is an exceptional student who consistently contributes to class discussions, makes connections within and between the content areas, and applies newly learned skills to real-world situations. He is an enthusiastic learner who always goes above and beyond the original task. Outside of school, Jean plays chess and soccer, and this school year he earned first place in the fall chess tournament. Jean, thank you for demonstrating that Picco pride each day through your academic excellence and achievement.
Saxophone player, man, after my own heart. It's all right, Gene. All right, please welcome to the microphone the principal from Berry Elementary School, Mr. Lou D'Ambrosio. Mr. D'Ambrosio.
Thank you very much. Good evening, I'm Lou D'Ambrosio, principal of Berry Elementary, and I'm honored to introduce to you Aaron Brooks, 5th grade student who's being recognized for personal responsibility. Samuel Longhorn Clemens, better known by his pen name Mark Twain, is credited with the quote, "Always do right. This will gratify some people and astonish the rest." At Berry Elementary, our 5th grade students are all challenged to show exemplary behavior for all the younger students in the building. Aaron easily meets this challenge and can be counted on always to do the right thing, and it is very gratifying. When I asked Aaron, "What does responsibility mean to you?" she responded, "To me, it means to stay on top of everything and make sure I'm doing the right thing." Her strategies for responsibility include journaling and making lists. Erin is driven to make the right choices by knowing the consequences of her actions and putting herself in other people's shoes to try and help them out. Academically, Erin is a consummate honor roll student, regularly earning principal's honor roll list, earning those straight A's. Erin's teachers describe her as a quiet, creative thinker who thirsts for knowledge and leads by example every day. She's involved in church and soccer outside of school. Erin has a passion for art and wants to study art at Towson University. She told me that she wants to attend Towson because that's where her parents met, and because she wants to be close to visit them a lot. She also noted that her older brother Andre is an incredibly positive influence on her. Most recently, Erin won 2nd place in the Maryland Arbor Day poster contest, painting a happy little tree, like the artist she wants to emulate, Bob Ross. Barry Elementary School is delighted to recognize Aaron Brooks as our 2021-2022 Student for Personal Responsibility, and we look forward to watching our happy little tree continue to grow. Congratulations, Aaron.
Okay, I digress. Please welcome to the microphone the principal from Dr. Higdon Elementary School, Dr. Shannon Finnegan. Dr. Finnegan.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Dr. Finnegan, the principal at Dr. Higdon Elementary, and it's a great pleasure this evening to recognize Drake Maloney for academic achievement. Drake's stellar academic journey with us at Dr. Higdon began in pre-K, where he has consistently maintained honor roll throughout his journey. During his years at Dr. Higdon, Drake has achieved not only academic success, but he has also demonstrated qualities that are critical for maintaining high levels of academics, such as grit and perseverance. Harold Taylor tells us the roots of true achievement lie in the will to become the best that you can become. Drake exemplifies that will to become the best that he can become. For example, Drake's teachers report that during our times of virtual instruction, Drake faced some obstacles due to limited internet connection, but commendably, Drake persevered and he did not give up. He reached out to his teachers, explaining the situation, and he requested opportunities for further instruction to reinforce his understanding. He was courageous about sharing with his teachers his confusions, but he sought extra help when he determined that he needed it. When returning to in-person instruction this year, Drake continues to show tenacity as he works hard on obtaining understanding of what he's taught. Ms. Hendrickson, his 5th grade teacher, states that Drake is a committed student, willing to do what it takes to learn. Jack Nicholas says that achievement is largely the product of steadily raising one's levels of aspirations and expectations. Drake's work ethic and high expectations not only earns him academic achievement, but it also garners him a position as a safety patrol, as well as a valuable baseball player, and he's adept at playing all positions. Drake's quest for learning does not stop at the doors of the school, but it extends to his pursuits and aspirations to gain greater knowledge for farming through his participation in 4-H. You see, Drake wants to be a farmer in taking after the footsteps of his pop, his grandfather. Drake does take time, though, for leisure activities like fishing. We at Dr. Higdon are proud to have a student such as Drake exhibiting not only academic achievement, but the qualities to sustain his long-term expectations and aspirations.
Congratulations to you, Drake. Thank you, Dr. Finnegan. And last but not least, please welcome the principal from Eva Turner Elementary School, Mr. Gary Lesko. Lesko.
Good evening. I'm Gary Lesko, and I'm the principal of Eva Turner Elementary School, and I'm quite proud to introduce Timothy Brown, 5th grade student at Eva Turner Elementary School, being honored in the category of career readiness. Timothy has attended Eva Turner since he was in the 1st grade. His teachers all report that he is an excellent student, but his second quarter report cards read as follows. Reading A, writing A, math A, social studies A, science A, PE A, and music A. If you weren't following along, that is straight A's, a feat that I think many people never accomplish, including his current principal. Timothy is also quite active outside of school. He plays basketball, football, and he swims actively for an organized teams. I am sure his fellow Waldorf Wildcat football players, Heat basketball players, and Bannister Barracuda swimmers are all happy to call Timothy a teammate. If you ask him which sport he prefers, he would tell you it's a toss-up between basketball and football. Not that he doesn't like swimming, but sometimes the water is just extremely cold. He can also be seen engaging in the lost art of riding a skateboard, as he uses this mode of transportation to get to and from school quite regularly. Timothy was selected as Turner's student in career readiness for many reasons, but one reason that really separated him from his peers during our committee discussions was a story that came to light after the January snowstorm. Timothy was excited to tell his classmates that this winter he helped his community by clearing off the snow off the driveways and sidewalks, and he charged $20 a pop. He explained that he did this to help his neighbors and to help his family earn extra money. He stated although he is not sure about his career, he enjoys helping his neighbors and will continue to do so every winter. The newer generation would call this hustle, but most of us in this room would just refer to this as good old-fashioned hard work and motivation. With his early sights on attending Bowie State University, just as some of his family members did, he is well on his way to making this goal a reality. I, for one, have no doubt in my mind that he will make this goal happen. We are quite proud of Timothy, and we are honored that he is Eva Turner's representative to the board for student recognition in the category of career readiness.
Mr. Lesko, don't sell yourself short. You may not have gotten straight A's, but he is our only nationally board certified principal, by the way. Yes.
Hey!
Just a quick shout out to one of our own. And so, young people, congratulations to all of you. Job well done. But now we get to the fun part. Mr. Lucas, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. And thank you very much, students. You are an amazing group. Quite a list of accomplishments. Sabrina, you're in Project Lead the Way.
Yes.
My son was in that program, and he loved it, and it will serve you well. Trust me. And I appreciate the fact the things you do outside of school. You do bingo. Come to the JCs. They always need people to help with bingo. That's my plug. And you want to be a doctor. And what was it again? An obstetrician?
Obstetrician, yes.
Oh, now, what led you to that?
I just have a passion for women's health, specifically Black and Latino maternal health. So being in Project Lead the Way kind of turned me in that direction.
Well, that's awesome. Well, your list of accomplishments here is very great, and you speak very well, and I have no doubt you're going to do great no matter where you go. Maryland, go Terps, because that's my alma mater. No, but I'm sure that you have your pick of whatever school you want to go to. So that's great. Gene, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. How's the tuba?
Pretty heavy.
Yeah, I was going to say. Those things are big. You got to get something smaller. What are the small things called? Zousophones? Is that like a little tuba?
It's a little tuba, yeah, baritone. There's different sizes. So.
Wow, but you got a 4.0 GPA, and you play chess and soccer. What position you play in soccer?
Well, I had a game yesterday. I usually play left wing. So.
Very good. All right. So pretty quick guy then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Awesome. Wow. So what's your favorite subject in school?
I'd have to say science for sure.
Science. Awesome. Well, talk to her. She'll tell you all about science stuff. Probably either way. Well, congratulations. And any ideas what you want to do later on in life?
I'd probably like to be work in an IT company because I really like computers and I feel like that's the future. So.
Many people would agree with you. So, well, that's great. Congratulations. Well deserved. Aaron, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. So you have an ability that I have zero of, and that's artistic ability. And you like Bob Ross, which is pretty cool. You know, he would, this little guy lives up here. He would always say, yeah, you're laughing. You know what I'm talking about. But when they described you, and when someone says this, I always write it down, you lead by example. And that is truly a compliment, and you ought to be very, very honored that people would say that about you. So what are your plans later on?
I honestly don't really have any. All I know is I really want to be an artist when I grow up.
Well, nothing wrong with that. Believe me, I had no idea what I wanted to do at your age. But again, that artistic ability is amazing, so I hope you continue to hone that. And Drake, here's what I wrote about you, Drake. Grit. I don't think I've heard that word used to describe anybody that's come up here. that you have grit. That's what your principal said about you. That's awesome. And you have a strong work ethic, and you set high achievements. And what position do you play in baseball? I know they said you played them all, but what's your favorite?
Probably first.
First? Very good. Very good. And you're a member of 4-H, and you want to be a farmer like people in your family. What's your favorite thing to do on the farm?
Probably help out harvesting the field.
Okay. What's your least favorite thing to do on the farm?
Scooping up the poop.
I set him up to knock him down. That was perfect answer. Well, you strike me as a young man that's going to do very well in life, and you raised very well, so good on you. Boy. Timothy, how are you? Good. Straight A's. I'm with your principal. I don't know what that's like to get straight A's, so you have to fill me in a little bit. And you participate in all types of sports as well. So what, basketball and football, those are your favorite? Yeah. What position you play in football?
Tight end and wide receiver.
Okay. So, yeah, you're tall, so I can see that. And you cleared snow for your neighbors. For not, for a modest fee. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, excellent. So, any idea what you'd like to do when you get older? The work? Again, neither did I, but keep doing what you're doing. You keep giving those good grades and that strong work ethic and participating in sports. Sports will teach you a lot about leadership and teamwork, so keep it up. So, people have talked a lot about you. Now it's your turn to talk a little bit about yourself. Anything you'd like to say? So, Sabrina, we'll start with you. Is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank my friends and my family, as well as my teachers, principals, and guidance counselors.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Gene?
I'd like to thank my parents for putting up with me, my teachers for answering my questions. Shout out to Mr. Rowland. I'd like to thank my principal and my vice principal, Ms. Gold, because she was there with me all along. And go Red Sox.
Good. All right. Aaron?
I'd like to thank my family, my brother especially, because he is a really good role model, and I really look up to him as a young man who's still growing. And I also like to thank my school and my principal for just giving me this opportunity, and I'm forever grateful.
Thank you. That was well said. Thank you. Drake?
I would like to thank my mom and dad and the fifth grade teachers and my principal for giving me this opportunity to get this award.
Well, thank you very much, Drake. We appreciate you. Timothy, anything you want to say?
I would like to thank my teachers, my friends, and my family.
Thank you very much. Well, all of you are shining examples of Charles County students. Let's give them all a hand. So now we're going to take some pictures and give you a little gift. And who has Sabrina? No, Ian. There we go. He understood the assignment.
Been a while, so.
And she's most opinionated, so don't take a fight with her.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Awesome. Do you want to get a picture of all them together? Yeah. Congratulations to all of you. Former student, Miss McGraw?
Former teacher and former student.
Wow.
So sorry, but you don't get these opportunities.
All good.
They weren't coming in yet anyway. Aaron was in the stroller when when I was at Wade.
Good evening, Chairperson Lucas, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Charlene Ogburn with the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging 5 exemplary employees in the following order. The first will be Nicholas Andrews, mathematics teacher, Plata High School. Mr. Michael Hicks, building service manager at Piccowaxen Midle School. Ms. Brooke Proctor, first grade teacher at Berry Elementary School. Ms. Stephanie Campbell, learning resource teacher at Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School. And Ms. Latrice Chase, a fourth grade teacher at Eva Turner Elementary School. We will now invite our first principal, Principal Douglas Dolan.
Afternoon again. It is my pleasure to introduce La Plata High School's outstanding employee, Mr. Nicholas Andrews. Mr. Andrews is not just an outstanding teacher, he is one of our teacher leaders in the building. He works every day, including some weekends and time during the summer, to support the students at La Plata High School as a teacher, coach, and synergy coordinator. This year, he even gave up his planning to teach an additional period. He is a resource for students, parents, teachers, and the administration. In the classroom, he works with all levels of students and provides assistance both in the classroom as well as tools to support the students at home. He provides support for all staff with our Synergy program to make sure they have what they need to support their own students and parents. Outside of the classroom, he coaches varsity boys soccer and is the math team coach. Both programs perform at a very high level and have been recognized both in the county and the state. The students appreciate his hard work and his school spirit. He always is in the top 1 or 2 vote getters for teachers with school spirit during the homecoming week. Since coming to La Plata, Mr. Andrews has been involved in our school community. He is not only, if he's not leading something at La Plata, you'll most likely find him at an event supporting students. He goes above and beyond, supporting the La Plata community and making a difference with students. I would like to thank him for all he does for the staff and students at La Plata High School.
Our next principal for Mr. Michael Hicks will be Principal Walonda Thinstead.
Good evening again. Moving to a new school can be extremely intimidating for anyone, especially a new principal. Having someone like Mr. Hicks to assist with the physical moving process made the transition easier. He took the time to walk me around and through the building and the grounds to ensure that I became familiar with my new ship. The summertime can be rather quiet, and he made sure to keep it lively with his humor. He also introduced me to Chaptico Chicken. He checked on me every day to make sure that I was adjusting and to keep me abreast of the constant changes. Not once did he make me feel as if I didn't know what I was doing, and he empowered me to take charge by asking questions such as, what would you like? How do you want it done? What do you need us to do? He always tells me, if you need anything, I'm here. He takes initiative to complete tasks and projects with the assistance of his team and builds positive relationships with students. We have an anime club that has a strong following of 50+ students. Staff members at Piccowaxen describe Mr. Hicks as family. He's usually the first person people see when they come into work each day. For our eager beavers that tend to arrive before 5:59 a.m., Mr. Hicks usually will greet Charles County Sheriff's Department just to make sure they know they're our teachers. They describe him as approachable, helpful, hardworking, and one of the most welcoming persons they've ever met. He goes out of his way to check on staff and students alike. He ensures that they have what they need in their classroom and offices and works with his team to keep the building and grounds a great place to work. One staff member commented that she's never had a building manager go out of his way to ensure that her posters stay up on her walls. It's the little things. From setting up for concerts and dances to sponsoring clubs and giving back to the community through acts of kindness, Mr. Hicks is that gentleman. It's not just what he does, it's how he does it. To sum it all up, he is phenomenal, and we would not be more excited to have him as our exemplary employee for 2022. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you, Ms. Thinstead. Next, representing Ms. Brooke Proctor, Principal Lou D'Ambrosio.
Good evening again. Skip that first line now. I would like to introduce you to Mrs. Brooke Proctor, first grade teacher, and our school's exemplary employee. Mrs. Proctor began her teaching career at Berry Elementary in the fall of 2017 as a first grade teacher. She is a consummate professional who annually achieves a highly effective teacher rating. Her classroom is welcoming and full of resources to assist students. Brooke is the first grade team leader, as well as one of the non-tenured teacher peer mentor coaches. Previously, Mrs. Proctor assisted as the co-PBIS chair for Berry. She has participated in PTO events in the past, as well as Spirit Days. She also teaches in the ELO program and often volunteers her personal time for her students' success. Her teacher leadership qualities have proven to be invaluable, and her insight is sought and accepted among the leadership team at Berry. My first encounter with Mrs. Proctor was the spring of 2017 as the principal of another school in the county where she was interviewing. I offered her the position for the next school year, only to find out she chose a different school in Charles County. Little did either of us know that we'd be working together a year later. Our second encounter was when I was meeting the staff in Barry in the late summer of 2018, and Mrs. Proctor was surprised that I remembered her from our interview. Her exact quote, if I remember right, was, "I thought you forgot about that." I assured her that she had no need to be concerned, and I was super happy that we'd get to work together. Mrs. Proctor quickly established herself as a teacher leader who demonstrated excellent teaching. The next year, I let her know that her positive reputation as a teacher meant that she'd be teaching my daughter. No pressure. 3 years have passed, and she's still Samantha's favorite teacher. Mrs. Proctor is an integral part of Barry Elementary School community, as well as my family, and she goes above and beyond for her students. Brooke does more at Barry Elementary in addition to teaching first grade. She works to keep our school inviting for all stakeholders. Thank you, Mrs. Proctor, for all you do for the Barry Elementary community. And with everyone, please join me in congratulating her as our exemplary employee for 21-22 school year. Congratulations.
Clearly, Barry Elementary is in the house. Thank you, Mr. D'Ambrosio. And now we will have Principal Shannon Finnegan represent Stephanie Campbell.
Hello again. It's with great pleasure that I present to you Miss Stephanie Campbell as our exemplary employee. Stephanie officially serves in the role of the LRT Gifted Teacher and Testing Coordinator at Dr. Higdon Elementary. However, Stephanie does not allow herself to be limited solely to the constraints of her official position. While performing her duties as the LRT with the highest level of expertise, she also demonstrates a formidable commitment to the growth and success of all students and staff at Dr. Higdon Elementary. Stephanie embodies the definition of work ethic. That definition, a set of moral principles a person uses in their job. Stephanie possesses strong principles that guide her work behavior, which result in the consistent production of high-quality work. This output motivates not only Stephanie, but inspires others. When previously asked to undertake a project to motivate students towards working hard during MCAP, Stephanie spearheaded the Crush It project, producing outcomes that far exceeded her expectations. Stephanie's colleagues report that her work with our gifted students surpass any that they have previously experienced. Moreover, Stephanie extends her reach to work with all students. This summer, Stephanie orchestrated an extremely successful Summer Boost program for the students at Dr. Higdon, not only because of her aptitude, but also because of her persistence to meet the needs of all the students attending school. I liken her persistence to the words of James Watkins: "A river cuts through rock, not because of its power, but because of its persistence." Stephanie is that person who can not only understand a vision, but she can also help to carry it out by further inspiring and motivating others so that they gladly want to join. Most recently, through a collaboration of a vision for Charles County's Read Across America initiative, Stephanie put feet on our idea through her persistence to inspire people to grasp our vision. Stephanie coordinated the efforts to transform our school into Dr. Higdon International Airport, where our students took flight through reading. Stephanie's resumes of projects and initiatives, it's too vast to include them in this brief introduction. But in summary, the words of John P. Cotter depict Stephanie and her impact on people. Motivation and inspiration energizes people, not by pushing them in the right direction as control mechanisms do, but by satisfying human needs for achievement, a sense of belonging, recognition, self-esteem, a feeling of control of one's life, and the ability to live up to one's ideals. Such feelings touch us deeply and elicit a powerful response. Stephanie, I'm proud to have you at Dr. Higdon Elementary.
Thank you so much, Principal Dr. Finnegan. And our final exemplary employee is Latrice Chase, and she'll be represented by Principal Gary Lesko.
What is an exemplary teacher? Is it the ability to create an effective lesson plan that has a clear beginning, middle, and end? Or is it the ability to turn a series of information standards into easily understandable skills for the betterment of his or her students? Is it the skill to help learners see their own greater potential? Or is it the ability to connect and establish meaningful relationships? In today's schools, teachers have to be a teacher, a mentor, a counselor. They have to be friendly but not a friend. They must be empathetic, firm, and assertive, yet calm and inviting. They must have the personality of a show host, but still be almost robotic when it comes to reacting to instances with students and colleagues. The list goes on, but I can certainly say that Miss Latrice Chase, fourth grade teacher at Eva Turner Elementary School, checks all of those boxes. Miss Chase is the longest serving teacher at Eva Turner Elementary School. Her entire 16-year career has been served in that building. She's dedicated her entire career to servicing the students of Eva Turner. She has served as a team lead on Eva Turner's leadership team during my time as principal here. She's a quiet force who consistently puts students first in her instruction. She embodies the Maslow approach to establishing relationships with her students. In fact, our first year working together, she is one of the very few teachers in the building who took restorative circles and implemented them in her class after I stated my strong belief in their effectiveness. So now that I think of it, supportive is certainly one of Ms. Chase's strong suits as well. Ms. Chase leads by example in a building that has 9 conditional teachers. Through her lesson planning, classroom engagement, healthy supportive relationships, she makes the 4th grade curriculum accessible to all of her students. Her colleagues respond extremely well to her qualities as a teacher, as a mentor, but most of all as a person. Ms. Chase has a firm hand, a giving spirit, and a loving heart. Ms. Chase consistently upholds Charles County public policies and expectations. Her class is routinely in the top 3 in Dreambox lessons completed. I'm sure Ms. Cassidy's getting tired of printing off her certificates of achievement. She ensures that she meets all of her guided reading stations groups every day, and as a result, her students experience significant reading gains. Additionally, Ms. Chase supports Turner initiatives as well, which can easily be demonstrated by her class winning our Spirit Week competition earlier this year. I give a sincere, heartfelt thank you to you, Ms. Chase, for everything you do for the students of Eva Turner. It is with a great deal of respect that we select Ms. Chase to represent Eva Turner for our employee recognition for the March board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Lesko. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Ogburn. Well, just as our students are shining examples, you are shining examples of employees in our school system and contribute to what makes it great. So thanks to all of you. Can we give them all a round of applause again? So Mr. Andrews, I believe,
oh boy,
I'm going to get the right, I remember when I met you at the new teacher dinner. 2013, was it?
2012.
Whoa.
2012.
The year before. I was close. So he was soccer coach when my kid played soccer at La Plata. And he was a JV coach then. He's a varsity coach now. And he's a great coach and a great player too. And your school spirit, that is second to none. I can definitely testify to that. And in addition to being a coach, you're the synergy coordinator. And I have to ask you this question. Don't, think hard before you answer. What's the best thing that happened to you being at La Plata?
I think being involved with the sports and the clubs and getting to see students at a different light than just being a math teacher has really been the impact. And being something that those students can enjoy coming to the school and seeing, that has really been the difference.
Awesome. I was going that you met your wife, but you know, I set it up.
I heard you emailed her earlier.
It's all right. No, but this is well deserved. I know a lot of students speak very highly of you, so congratulations.
You set me up so bad.
Mr. Hicks, how are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
Well, thank you very much. You know, when your principal talked about your many accomplishments, and you said, if you need anything, I'm here, and that is, you know, such a great attitude that that folks have when they work with people, and you know, bringing that chap to go chicken, I'm sure that puts you in, because that stuff is great. And appreciate all your hard work, and you know, our building service workers across the county do such a great job. You know, you look at our buildings, and you could walk into a 40 or 50-year-old building and you think it's brand new, and that's because of folks like you. So thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work. Ms. Proctor, how are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
You're about to put me on the spot.
No. I wrote down all these things. You're a peer mentor coach. Did I get that right? And but what I wrote down that really stood out is that you volunteer your personal time to help students, and you know, time is a precious commodity for all of us. And I remember teachers that would stay after class with me, after school with me, and read to me and things like that. And the fact that you do that speaks a lot about your commitment to your profession. So I just want to thank you for that. That's outstanding. And Ms. Campbell, your work ethic and high quality of work inspires others. That's what I got. That was the main takeaway, and that is an impressive thing. And the other thing that your principal said is that you help develop a sense of belonging. And boy, that's the trait. I mean, if you can get everyone to have a sense of you know, what they do matters and is important, that's a skill. You can read all you want, you know, but unless you practice it, unless you can do it, you know, it doesn't matter. And you've definitely been able to do that. So thank you for that. And all your hard work too. You try to meet the needs of all students, and that's great. Because certainly, you know, we have students that need more help because they need to catch up. We have students that need to be challenged more. And the fact that you make sure all that happens is very commendable. So thanks. And Ms. Chase, how are you? 16 years at the same school.
And I student taught there as well.
A student, wow. Ms. McGraw, is that normal? 16 years? No. Yeah, just checking. And I wrote the same thing I said about one of the students that got an award was said about you. You lead by example, and that long list of accolades is a testament to your professionalism, and the fact you use those restorative circles, which are things that we've talked about for a number of years. That's great to resolve conflict and help kids before things you know, get out of hand. So thank you for doing that. And just want to thank you all again for what you do and for choosing to work in Charles County Public Schools. So let's give them a round of applause again, please. So now it's your turn to say a few words, and Mr. Andrews, floor is yours.
Just a few words, and really just thank you to the Board of Education, Dr. Navarro, Mr. Dolan, and this is actually where I'm going to make up, and especially big thank you to my wife and all her support over the years, who has been probably my biggest fan and biggest critic and also biggest support over the years. So thank you all.
That's awesome. Thank you. Mr. Hicks.
I just want to thank everybody for the award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just thank you. It feels really good to be appreciated for the hard work that we do. And congratulations to everybody here. I thought it was super cool. Erin Brooks is one of my students in first grade, and she got an award earlier. So I knew that she'd go off to do big things, and here we are making us proud. But thank you to my supporters who came. A lot of them truly huge mentors in where I am now, and I can't thank them enough. But I promise to continue to work for my students, their families, and the staff here in Charles County.
Awesome, thank you. Ms. Campbell.
I'd like to thank Dr. Finnegan for all of her kind words. It's truly an honor to be able to work at Dr. Higdon. Thank the Board of Education and Dr. Navarro for providing this opportunity to celebrate staff, but also highlight the incredible students we have in this county. I've had the privilege to be part of 3 schools in the last 12 years. Dr. James Craig, Gail Bailey, and Dr. Higdon, and work under the amazing leadership of 6 principals, countless teachers, building staff that have all become friends and family. Thank you for welcoming a girl from Pittsburgh into this county, providing support, leadership, and guidance. Being part of the instructional leadership team the last 5 years has truly been one of the most rewarding experiences. Working with teachers like Deidre, Michelle, Kelly, Shana, Julie, and Danielle has taught me so much. Thank you for supporting me, but always putting our students first. The instructional team here at the board, Mrs. Modes, Mrs. Cassidy, Mrs. Heller, Mrs. Hungerford, and Karen Peters at Research and Assessment are always one phone call away. Thank you for fielding multiple emails and providing us so much support and guidance. And thank you also to the fellow learning resource teachers who truly work together to solve and create for our gifted and highly abled students. I'm so grateful to be part of such a fun and innovative team. Finally, I would like to extend a thank you to my family, providing me the support to allow me to give 100% each day at school. Thank you to my parents and sisters who always valued education, to my husband who has to listen to countless teacher stories, and to my kids, 2 kids, Avery and Everett, who like to keep me just as busy at home as I am to work. Thank you for teaching me what an honor it is to be a teacher and to work with children.
Well, well said, thank you. Ms. Chase.
All right, good evening. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Lesko, Mr. Pierre for the nomination, as well as ILT and other staff members who have encouraged me along the way. I want to give special thanks to my family, my friends, colleagues, and my students who have always supported me throughout my career.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have a couple of gifts for you, and we're going to take some pictures.
Put the bag down.
Okay. Yes.
See?
See?
You know when we first met, actually? It was a girls' soccer game. I didn't realize you were. We talked for an hour, right? Apparently didn't go to Congratulations, man. That's great work.
Don't be shy, Michael. I'm taking a picture too.
How are you, sir? Congratulations.
I gotta send that home. Wait. I gotta send one home. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Will, don't play with me. Sorry. There you are. Thank you.
have a little inside joke about these bags. One more round of applause for all of our exemplary employees. Thank you all. I'll turn this back over to you, Chairperson Lucas.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a break until
What?
6 o'clock. Look at this. Yeah.
5 minutes?
11 minutes now.
They're letting you have it today.
Okay, welcome back, folks. It's that time in our agenda where we have public forum. Mr. Schwartz?
Or read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief to the point and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. This evening we have 3 speakers in person. We do not have any virtual speakers. Our first speaker this evening is Herman Barber III.
Okay, good afternoon, Charles County Board. Am I hearable? Yes. Okay. I would like to bring up my notes. Apologies.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm James Hayes Barber. My father's Herman Barber III. We decided to swap our speaking sets just so I could go first. Okay. So I would like to open with an advertisement from the 1727 edition of the Edinburgh Evening Current. Runaway on the 7th instant from Dr. Gustavus Brown's lodgings in Glasgow. A Negro woman named Anne, being about 18 years of age, with a green gown and a brass collar about her neck, on which are engraved these words: Gustavus Brown and Dalkeith, his Negro, 1726. I would like the board to imagine what was going through that young woman's mind. What horrors led her to escape for the 7 times in a row, with a brass collar around her neck like she was a common animal. Dr. Brown, the man who did those things, who put a collar around this black girl really's neck, he has an elementary school named after him here in Charles County, where 5 days a week, over 200 black children are educated in a building honoring someone who saw them as cattle. By research that my nonprofit Dare to Be Great has done, we have found at least a dozen schools in this county bear the name of slave owners. Charles County has countless citizens worthy of public honor, citizens who haven't abused people in one of the worst crimes ever befit on this planet. We've put up a petition that we've sent to the entire board in emails and can be made available to anyone who would like to access it, to rename all schools in Charles County Public School System that are currently named after slave owners after any other figure in Charles County history. Slavery is a tragedy that should never be forgotten, but also a tragedy that should never be honored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Board, thank you for your time. That was my son. He didn't graduate from Charles County, but he attended Madam Woman Middle School, where he first was identified as having Asperger's, and I'm proud to say he graduated with honors from Morgan State University with an electrical engineering degree. Also, my daughter, Cheyenne Barber, is a graduate, 2016 graduate of Westlake High School, who is now the student trustee at the University District of Columbia, graduating honors in business administration. So I certainly respect Charles County. I certainly respect the school board and all you as educators. My mother's an educator, my grandmothers were educators, my grandfathers were educators. I think currently I have 2 students that attend General Smallwood Middle School in Indian Head, and just, I don't know why, through cursory knowledge or through research, I stumbled upon General Smallwood, and my son and I, we have not started doing a research for the other slave owners. And I just want to add, you have to think of, no one here would ask a Jewish American to go to Adolf Hitler University, Adolf Hitler Junior High School. When you're asking African American students, people of color, to go to schools that represent people who raped, murdered, castrated, whatever horrible, despicable act you can think of, there's no place for, in any school system anywhere in America, for those schools to be named after those students. It creates a hostile environment. I'm not the only one that has this thinking. Recently, Towson University, if you're not aware, in 2020, a group of students got together that had the same concerns that my son and I voiced to your board, and in 2021, they changed the names of the 2 dormitories at Towson High School. All across the country, this is happening. I think if you to actually, I think about sending my kids, it's basically a hostile environment to go somewhere and have emblazoned Thomas Stone, General Smallwood, and these people are slave owners who actually own people. So I just implore you, I'm a little disappointed in that I sent all of you guys an email, I sent it to the board, I sent it to the representatives, and I haven't got one response back. This is not an issue that I'm gonna let die slowly. I mean, we're gonna deal with it. I'm hoping we can work together cooperatively, because as my son stated, there are a lot of worthy Maryland's, a lot of worthy Charles County residents that are worthy and honored to have a name on there. And I don't expect my son and daughter or any other students to be subjected to going to schools named after people who participated in slavery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Our next speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Carpenter, and I am a lifelong resident of Charles County, a graduate of CCPS, as well as a teacher here. I'm once again here to share from the viewpoint of a teacher. Now, I didn't get to watch today's presentations yet, but I did get a chance to look at board docs, and I found a couple interesting things. There was a presentation today on discipline that was somehow connected to special education and due process. Something not noted in the slides, but maybe in the presentation, was the massive amount of special ed supports pooled for substituting this year. I can tell you that my class has lost 37 days of special education support from September to February. I didn't even try to add this month, requiring me to attempt to cover all of those responsibilities. I will remind you, I'm a general education teacher and not the special education teacher. The special education teacher assigned to my class is split between multiple grade levels. Like many elementary special educators. I know my classroom is not alone, and I know that I'm not even the one with the largest amount of missed support. On top of that, we still have other open and overwhelmed positions. On the last slide, on the last slide of this presentation, the first strategy was to reach out for support. We don't have anyone in the schools for support anymore. We barely have enough to meet the needs. Another strategy was remove academic demands to focus on desired behavior. We needed that back in September. We're now in March. Today I spent almost the entire day administering MISA to my 5th graders. Tomorrow we do it again. April and May, MCAP testing. June, iReady and running records one last time. Educators don't even have the option at this point in the year to remove academic demands, other than report card grades. Trust me, if I could, I would not be administering tests today. I would be teaching. I'd be planning projects. I'd be creating fun activities. And I, of course, do this around my busy testing schedule. It was interesting to me that today, after this behavior, special education, after this After this behavior special education conversation, you received an assessment presentation. Please understand, assessments bring out stress and overwhelmed behaviors. They bring out frustration and anxiety every single time. I would expect you to continue to see the suspensions rise unless real changes are made in staffing and supporting our school buildings. As I've said before, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and all of the educators in our buildings and not about us.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
That was our last speaker.
Excuse me. Okay, next, we will move on to minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the executive session of February 8th?
So moved. Second.
We'll say moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Ms. Abel. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Next is the minutes from the February 8th regular meeting of the board.
So moved. Second.
It's moved by Ms. Abel and seconded by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Next is the February 8th work session between the Board of Education and Charles County Commissioners.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brown, seconded by Ms. Abel. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous except for Mr. Hancock, who was not in attendance. And then there is the work session minutes of February 28th.
Motion to approve.
Approved. Okay, motion made by Mr. Hancock, seconded by Ms. Brown. In discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next is personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Ms. Abel. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, with the exception of the student member who does not vote. Finally, board policy 6330, which is the calendar and we saw this at our last meeting.
Motion to adopt the changes in this policy.
Second.
It's made by Mr. Hancock and seconded by Ms. McGraw. Is there any discussion? Is that Ms. McGraw?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous, including the student member. Chair will entertain a motion. Oh, sorry.
I apologize if this is an inappropriate time, but before we move on to adjournment, if it's the will of the board, could we add to our future agenda items hearing the public comment today?
So let's do that. We will address that, but it's unless any board members want to talk about it, but
Just to add it to a future agenda item? No? Or
It's actually, it's addressed in one of the policies that we have to, so we'll just do it then, or we have to discuss it now?
so you're saying that we could,
I'm just curious that, because one of the policies addressed is what
Yes.
you elaborated on today, so I don't,
That was for naming new schools.
oh, no, okay.
So if it's the will of the board, the chair has the option to add it as a future agenda item.
so, I mean, the chair controls the agenda, but as is in the past, we always make sure that we have a consensus of the board, so. Am I seeing that? good with that? Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So, well, thanks, Mr. Hurd. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn now.
So moved?
Second. Moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Mr. Hancock. All those in favor? Yes. All right. Enjoy your evening, everybody. Thank you. Kyle, we're good?
We actually skipped